Abandon. To leave a place or a person forever. They had to abandon the old house after the storm. Absorb. To take in liquid or information. A sponge can absorb a lot of water. Abuse. To use something in a bad or wrong way. You should not abuse the power given to you. Accept. To take something that someone gives you. He happily accepted the golden trophy. Access. To be able to use or get into something. You need a password to access the computer. Accompany. To go somewhere with someone. My brother will accompany me to the hospital. Achieve. To finish something successfully after a lot of work. She climbed to the top and achieved her goal. Acquire. To get or buy something. The library wants to acquire more history books. Adjust. To change something slightly to make it better. Please adjust the chair so you are comfortable. Admire. To look at something and think it is beautiful or great. Many people stand in line to admire the famous painting. Admit. To agree that something is true. The boy had to admit that he broke the window. Adopt. To take someone else's child into your family legally. They decided to adopt a baby girl. Adore. To love someone or something very much. Children adore playing with small animals. Advance. To move forward or make progress. The army started to advance toward the city. Advise. To tell someone what they should do. I advise you to save your money for the future. Affect. To cause a change in someone or something. The heavy rain will affect the plants in the garden. Afford. To have enough money to buy something. They are happy because they can finally afford a new car. Agree. To have the same opinion as someone else. I agree with you about the plan. Allow. To give someone permission to do something. My parents allow me to stay out late on weekends. Alter. To change something slightly. The tailor had to alter the jacket to fit me. Amuse. To make someone laugh or smile. The funny clown can amuse the kids for hours. Analyze. To examine something carefully to understand it. The scientist needs to analyze the water in the bottle. Announce. To tell people something officially. The teacher will announce the test results tomorrow. Annoy. To make someone feel a little bit angry. The loud noise from the street began to annoy her. Apologize. To say that you are sorry. You should apologize to her for being late. Appear. To start to be seen. A beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky after the rain. Apply. To ask for something officially, like a job. He decided to apply for the position at the bank. Appoint. To choose someone for a job or position. The boss will appoint a new manager today. Appreciate. To understand how good someone or something is. I really appreciate your help with my homework. Approach. To come near to something or someone. The cat started to approach the bird slowly. Approve. To think that something is good or right. My father does not approve of my new hobby. Argue. To speak angrily because you disagree. The two friends began to argue about the movie. Arise. To start to happen or exist. A problem might arise if we don't finish this now. Arrange. To plan or organize something in advance. I will arrange a meeting for us tomorrow morning. Arrest. To take someone to the police station. The police will arrest anyone who steals from the shop. Arrive. To reach a place. The train will arrive at the station at noon. Assess. To judge the quality or value of something. The teacher will assess the student's progress. Assist. To help someone to do a job or a task. The nurse will assist the doctor during the surgery. Assume. To think that something is true without proof. Don't assume that he is angry just because he is quiet. Assure. To tell someone that something is definitely true. I assure you that the car is safe to drive. Astonish. To surprise someone very much. Her beautiful voice will astonish the audience. Attach. To join or fix one thing to another. Please attach a photo to your application form. Attempt. To try to do something difficult. She will attempt to climb the tall mountain today. Attend. To go to an event or a place. Many students attend the English class every Monday. Attract. To make someone interested in something. The bright lights attract many insects at night. Avoid. To stay away from a person or place. You should avoid driving fast when the road is wet. Awake. To stop sleeping. I usually awake at 6 o'clock every morning. Bake. To cook food in an oven. My mother is going to bake a chocolate cake. Ban. To say that something is not allowed. The school decided to ban mobile phones in class. Bang. To hit something hard and make a loud noise. He began to bang on the door with his fist. Bare. To show something that is usually covered. The dog began to bare its teeth at the stranger. Bargain. To try to get a lower price for something. You can bargain with the seller at the market. Bark. To make a loud sound like a dog. The neighbor's dog started to bark at the mailman. Battle. To fight against someone or something. The soldiers had to battle against the cold weather. Beam. To smile very happily. She began to beam when she saw her birthday cake. Beat. To defeat someone in a game or fight. Our team worked hard to beat the champions. Beg. To ask for something in a very strong way. The poor man had to beg for some food. Behave. To act in a particular way. Children should learn how to behave in a library. Believe. To think that something is true. I believe that you can pass the exam. Belong. To be the property of someone. This blue umbrella belongs to my sister. Bend. To move your body toward the ground. You have to bend your knees to pick up the box. Betray. To be disloyal to someone who trusts you. He promised never to betray his best friend. Beware. To be careful of something dangerous. You should beware of the dog in that garden. Blame. To say that someone did something wrong. Don't blame me for the broken vase. Blast. To explode or make a very loud noise. They will blast the rocks to build a new road. Bleed. To lose blood from your body. Your finger will bleed if you cut it with a knife. Bless. To ask for God's help or protection. The priest will bless the children at the church. Blink. To close and open your eyes quickly. The bright sun made me blink my eyes. Block. To stop something from moving through a space. A large truck began to block the narrow street. Bloom. To produce flowers. The roses in the garden will bloom in the spring. Boast. To speak too proudly about yourself. He likes to boast about how much money he has. Boil. To heat a liquid until it makes bubbles. Please boil some water to make some tea. Borrow. To take and use something for a short time. Can I borrow your pen for a second? Bother. To make someone feel worried or upset. I'm sorry to bother you, but can you help me? Bounce. To hit a surface and move away. The red ball began to bounce down the stairs. Bow. To bend your head to show respect. The actors had to bow at the end of the play. Brake. To make a vehicle go slower or stop. You must brake slowly when the road is icy. Breathe. To take air into and out of your body. It feels good to breathe the fresh air in the woods. Breed. To keep animals to produce young ones. The farmer decided to breed sheep on his land. Broadcast. To send out a program on TV. The news will broadcast the story tonight. Bruise. To cause a dark mark on the skin by hitting it. Falling off the bike will bruise your leg. Brush. To clean something with a tool. You should brush your teeth twice a day. Build. To make something by putting parts together. They want to build a new house by the lake. Burn. To destroy something with fire. Be careful not to burn the toast in the morning. Burst. To break open suddenly. The balloon will burst if you touch it with a needle. Bury. To put something in a hole in the ground. The dog likes to bury its bones in the garden. Buzz. To make a continuous sound like a bee. I can hear a fly start to buzz around the room. Calculate. To find an answer using numbers. Use a calculator to calculate the total price. Calm. To make someone stop feeling angry or upset. The mother tried to calm her crying baby. Camp. To stay in a tent for a short time. We like to camp in the mountains during summer. Cancel. To decide that an event will not happen. They had to cancel the flight because of the storm. Capture. To catch a person or animal. The hunters tried to capture the wild tiger. Care. To feel that something is important. I really care about the environment. Carry. To hold and move something. Can you help me carry these heavy bags? Carve. To cut wood or stone into a shape. He decided to carve his name into the tree. Catch. To take hold of something that is moving. Try to catch the ball with both hands. Cause. To make something happen. Smoking can cause many health problems. Celebrate. To do something fun for a special day. We will celebrate my birthday at a restaurant. Center. To put something in the middle. Please center the picture on the wall. Challenge. To invite someone to a competition. I want to challenge you to a game of chess. Charge. To ask for money for a service or activity. The hotel will charge you $50 for breakfast. Chase. To run after someone or something to catch them. The police officer had to chase the thief down the street. Chat. To talk with someone in a friendly way. I like to chat with my friends over coffee. Check. To look at something to see if it is correct. Please check your answers before you give me the paper. Cheer. To shout loudly to show that you are happy. The fans began to cheer when their team scored a goal. Chew. To break food with your teeth before swallowing. You should chew your food slowly and carefully. Choke. To stop breathing because something is in your throat. Drink some water so you don't choke on your food. Choose. To decide which thing you want from a group. You can choose any book you like from the shelf. Chop. To cut something into small pieces with a knife. My father helped me chop the vegetables for the soup. Claim. To say that something is true although you cannot prove it. He likes to claim that he is the fastest runner in school. Clap. To hit your hands together to show you are happy. The audience started to clap after the beautiful song. Clarify. To make something easier to understand. Could you please clarify what you mean by that? Classify. To put things into groups based on their types. The librarian will classify the books by their subjects. Clean. To remove dirt from something. I need to clean my room because it is very messy. Click. To press a button on a computer mouse. You need to click the icon to open the program. Climb. To go up something using your hands and feet. The cat tried to climb the tall tree in the garden. Cling. To hold on to something very tightly. The little boy started to cling to his mother's hand. Close. To move something so that an opening is covered. Please close the door when you leave the room. Collect. To get things of the same type together. My brother likes to collect old coins from different countries. Color. To put paint or ink on something to give it color. The children love to color the pictures in their books. Combine. To put two or more things together. You can combine red and blue to make purple. Comfort. To make someone feel better when they are sad. I tried to comfort my friend after she lost her dog. Command. To tell someone to do something officially. The captain will command the soldiers to move forward. Communicate. To share information with others by speaking or writing. It is important to communicate clearly with your team. Compare. To look at two things to see how they are different. If you compare these two apples, this one is much bigger. Compete. To try to win against others in a race or game. Many athletes will compete in the Olympic Games. Complain. To say that you are not happy about something. He went to complain to the manager about the cold food. Complete. To finish doing or making something. I need 2 more days to complete the project. Concentrate. To give all your attention to something. It is hard to concentrate on my study because of the noise. Concern. To be important to someone or to worry them. The news about the environment should concern everyone. Conclude. To finish something or reach an opinion. The doctor will conclude the meeting with a short speech. Conduct. To organize and perform a particular activity. The company will conduct a survey to hear from customers. Confess. To admit that you did something wrong or secret. The man decided to confess his crime to the police. Confirm. To say that something is definitely true or fixed. Please call the hotel to confirm your reservation. Confuse. To make someone unable to think clearly. These complicated instructions will confuse the students. Connect. To join 2 or more things together. Use this cable to connect the computer to the TV. Conquer. To take control of a country or area by force. The king wanted to conquer all the lands in the north. Consider. To think carefully about something. Please consider my offer before you make a decision. Consist. To be made of or formed from something. A healthy breakfast should consist of fruit and cereal. Construct. To build something large like a bridge or house. They are going to construct a new mall in this area. Consult. To go to someone for information or advice. You should consult a doctor if the pain continues. Consume. To eat or drink something, or use energy. Small cars do not consume a lot of gasoline. Contact. To communicate with someone by phone or email. Please contact me if you have any questions. Contain. To have something inside. This box used to contain all my old toys. Continue. To keep happening or doing something. We will continue the lesson after a short break. Contribute. To give something, like money or help, to a group. Many people want to contribute money to the charity. Control. To have the power to make something happen. The pilot can control the plane even in bad weather. Convert. To change something from one form to another. You can use this app to convert miles into kilometers. Convince. To make someone believe that something is true. I tried to convince my mom that I was telling the truth. Cook. To prepare food by heating it. My dad is going to cook spaghetti for dinner. Cooperate. To work together with someone else. If we all cooperate, we can finish the work faster. Copy. To make something that is exactly like another thing. Can you copy this document for me, please? Correct. To change something to make it right. The teacher will correct the mistakes in your writing. Cost. To have a particular price. How much does it cost to fly to London? Cough. To push air out of your throat with a short noise. The smoke from the fire made everyone cough loudly. Count. To say numbers in order. The little girl can already count from 1 to 10. Cover. To put something over something else. Please cover the food so the flies don't touch it. Crack. To break something so that thin lines appear. Be careful not to crack the eggs when you carry them. Crash. To hit something hard and cause damage. The car began to crash into the fence on the side of the road. Create. To make something new. I want to create a special website for my photos. Creep. To move very slowly and quietly. The cat began to creep toward the mouse. Criticize. To say what you do not like about something. It is easy to criticize others, but it is better to help. Cross. To go from one side of something to the other. You must look both ways before you cross the street. Crush. To press something very hard so it breaks. Use a spoon to crush the garlic into small pieces. Cry. To produce tears from your eyes because you are sad. The baby started to cry because he was hungry. Cure. To make someone healthy again. The doctors hope this new medicine will cure the disease. Curl. To form something into a curved or round shape. She likes to curl her hair before going to a party. Curve. To move in a line that is not straight. The road started to curve around the mountain. Cut. To use a knife or scissors to open something. I need to cut this paper into 2 pieces. Cycle. To ride a bicycle. We like to cycle in the park on sunny days. Damage. To harm or break something. The strong wind will damage the roof of the house. Dance. To move your body to the sound of music. They began to dance together at the wedding. Dare. To be brave enough to do something dangerous. I don't dare to jump into the cold water. Deal. To do business or solve a problem. The manager has to deal with many angry customers. Debate. To discuss a subject in a formal way. The students will debate the topic of school uniforms. Deceive. To make someone believe something that is not true. He tried to deceive his parents about his grades. Decide. To make a choice after thinking. I can't decide which dress I should wear today. Declare. To announce something clearly and publicly. The president will declare a holiday for the country. Decline. To become less or to say no to an offer. The number of fish in the river began to decline. Decorate. To make something look pretty by adding things. We are going to decorate the Christmas tree tonight. Decrease. To become smaller in size or amount. The temperature will decrease during the night. Defeat. To win a victory over someone in a fight or game. Our team managed to defeat the rivals in the final. Defend. To protect someone or something from attack. The soldiers will defend the city from the enemy. Define. To explain the meaning of a word or idea. The dictionary can define any word you don't know. Delay. To make something happen at a later time. The heavy snow will delay the start of the match. Deliver. To take goods or letters to a place. The man will deliver the pizza to your house. Demand. To ask for something in a very firm way. The workers began to demand higher pay from the boss. Demonstrate. To show how something works or is done. The teacher will demonstrate how to solve the problem. Deny. To say that something is not true. He had to deny that he took the money from the desk. Depend. To need someone or something for help. Children depend on their parents for food and clothes. Describe. To say what someone or something is like. Can you describe the man who stole your bag? Deserve. To earn something because of your actions. You worked very hard, so you deserve a long vacation. Design. To draw plans for something new. An architect will design the new office building. Desire. To want something very much. Many people desire to travel around the world. Destroy. To damage something so badly it cannot be used. The fire will destroy the old wooden bridge. Detect. To notice or find something that is hidden. The machine can detect metal in the ground. Determine. To decide something officially or find out the truth. The test will determine your level of English. Develop. To grow or change into something better. The small company began to develop into a big business. Devote. To give your time or effort to something. She wants to devote her life to helping poor children. Dial. To press the numbers on a telephone. You need to dial 0 before the phone number. Dictate. To say words for someone else to write down. The boss will dictate the letter to his secretary. Differ. To be different from something else. The two brothers differ in their opinions about sports. Differentiate. To show the difference between two things. It is hard to differentiate the twins because they look the same. Dig. To move earth to make a hole in the ground. The dog began to dig a hole to hide its bone. Digest. To change food in your stomach so your body can use it. It takes time for the body to digest a heavy meal. Diminish. To become smaller or less important. The noise began to diminish as the train moved away. Dip. To put something into a liquid for a short time. I like to dip my cookies into a glass of milk. Direct. To tell someone the way to a place. Can you direct me to the nearest post office? Disagree. To have a different opinion from someone. I'm sorry, but I have to disagree with your plan. Disappear. To go somewhere where you cannot be seen. The sun began to disappear behind the mountains. Disappoint. To make someone sad by not being as good as expected. I don't want to disappoint my parents with bad grades. Disapprove. To think that something is wrong or bad. My teacher will disapprove of using a phone during class. Discard. To throw something away because it is not useful. Please discard your old tickets in the trash can. Discover. To find something for the first time. Scientists hope to discover a new planet in the sky. Discuss. To talk about something with other people. We need to discuss the details of the party. Dislike. To not like someone or something. Many children dislike eating green vegetables. Dismiss. To officially tell someone they can leave. The teacher will dismiss the class when the bell rings. Display. To show something so that people can see it. The shop will display the new clothes in the window. Dissolve. To mix with a liquid and become part of it. Put the sugar in the tea and watch it dissolve. Distinguish. To see or understand the difference between two things. It is difficult to distinguish the real diamond from the fake one. Distribute. To give something out to several people. The volunteers will distribute food to the poor families. Disturb. To stop someone from resting or working. Please do not disturb me while I am studying. Dive. To jump into water with your head first. The boy wants to dive into the deep end of the pool. Divide. To separate something into 2 or more parts. We can divide the cake into 6 equal pieces. Divorce. To legally end a marriage. The couple decided to divorce after 10 years of marriage. Dominate. To have control or power over someone or something. One tall building began to dominate the city skyline. Donate. To give money or goods to help people. Many people donate their old clothes to charity. Double. To become twice as big or as much. The price of the house will double in 10 years. Doubt. To not feel certain about something. I doubt that it will rain today because the sky is clear. Drag. To pull something heavy along the ground. He had to drag the heavy suitcase across the floor. Drain. To make liquid flow away from something. You need to drain the water after boiling the pasta. Draw. To make a picture with a pen or pencil. She likes to draw beautiful flowers in her notebook. Dream. To see images in your mind while you sleep. I often dream about flying through the clouds. Dress. To put clothes on yourself or someone else. I need to dress quickly because I am late for work. Drift. To be pushed along slowly by water or air. The small boat began to drift away from the shore. Drink. To take liquid into your mouth and swallow it. You should drink plenty of water on a hot day. Drip. To fall in small drops of liquid. Water started to drip from the leaky faucet. Drive. To control a vehicle like a car or bus. My father will drive me to school every morning. Drop. To let something fall to the ground. Be careful not to drop the glass on the floor. Drown. To die because you are underwater and cannot breathe. Always wear a life jacket so you don't drown. Dry. To remove water from something. Please use a towel to dry your wet hands. Dump. To put something down in a careless way. Don't dump your trash on the side of the road. Dust. To remove small bits of dirt from furniture. I need to dust the bookshelves this weekend. Earn. To get money by working. He wants to earn enough money to buy a new car. Ease. To make something less painful or difficult. This medicine will help to ease the pain in your head. Eat. To put food in your mouth and swallow it. We usually eat dinner at 7 o'clock. Echo. To make a sound that repeats off a wall. My voice began to echo in the empty hallway. Edit. To change or correct a piece of writing. The editor will edit the story before it is printed. Educate. To teach someone at a school or college. The goal of a teacher is to educate their students. Affect. To make something happen or change. The new law will affect a change in how we recycle. Elect. To choose a leader by voting. The people will elect a new president next month. Eliminate. To remove or get rid of something completely. You should eliminate sugar from your diet to stay healthy. Embarrass. To make someone feel ashamed or shy. I didn't mean to embarrass you in front of your friends. Embrace. To hold someone tightly with your arms to show love. The mother ran to embrace her son at the airport. Emerge. To come out from a dark or hidden place. The sun began to emerge from behind the clouds. Emphasize. To show that something is very important. The teacher started to emphasize the importance of homework. Employ. To pay someone to work for you. The big company wants to employ more young workers. Enable. To make it possible for someone to do something. This tool will enable you to open the heavy door. Encounter. To meet someone or experience something unexpectedly. We might encounter some problems during our trip. Encourage. To give someone hope or confidence. My parents always encourage me to try new things. End. To finish or stop something. The movie will end at 10 o'clock tonight. Endure. To suffer something difficult or painful for a long time. The soldiers had to endure the cold winter in the mountains. Enforce. To make sure that people obey a law or rule. The police are here to enforce the traffic rules. Engage. To interest someone or keep them busy. The colorful book will engage the child for a long time. Enjoy. To get pleasure from something. I really enjoy listening to music in the evening. Enlarge. To make something bigger. We need to enlarge the photo to put it on the wall. Enlighten. To give someone more knowledge or understanding. The documentary will enlighten us about the history of the city. Inquire. To ask someone for information. I would like to inquire about the price of the room. Ensure. To make sure that something happens. Please ensure that all the windows are closed. Enter. To go into a room or building. You must knock before you enter the office. Entertain. To keep people interested or happy. The magician will entertain the guests at the party. Entitle. To give someone the right to do something. This ticket will entitle you to a free drink. Envy. To wish that you had what someone else has. You should not envy your friend's new bicycle. Erase. To remove something that is written. Use an eraser to erase the pencil marks. Escape. To get away from a dangerous place. The bird tried to escape from the cage. Establish. To start a company, organization, or system. They want to establish a new school in the village. Estimate. To guess the cost or size of something. Can you estimate how much the repair will cost? Evaluate. To judge how good or useful something is. The manager will evaluate your work at the end of the month. Evaporate. To turn from a liquid into a gas. The water in the pan will evaporate if you boil it. Examine. To look at something very carefully. The doctor needs to examine your throat. Exceed. To be more than a particular number or amount. You should not exceed the speed limit on this road. Exchange. To give something and get something else in return. I want to exchange this shirt for a larger size. Excite. To make someone feel very happy and interested. The news of the trip will excite the children. Exclude. To keep someone or something out of a place or group. You should not exclude anyone from the game. Excuse. To forgive someone for a small mistake. Please excuse me for being a few minutes late. Execute. To do a piece of work or a task. The team will execute the plan exactly as discussed. Exercise. To do physical activity to stay healthy. I try to exercise for 30 minutes every day. Exhibit. To show something in a public place. The museum will exhibit the old statues next month. Exist. To be real or to live. Do you believe that ghosts really exist? Expand. To become larger in size or number. The balloon will expand when you blow air into it. Expect. To think that something will happen. I expect that the weather will be nice tomorrow. Expel. To force someone to leave a school or country. The school will expel any student who fights. Experience. To have something happen to you. You will experience a lot of fun during the camp. Explain. To make something clear or easy to understand. Can you explain how this machine works? Explode. To burst suddenly with a loud noise. The old bomb might explode if you touch it. Explore. To travel around a new place to learn about it. We want to explore the forest behind our house. Export. To send goods to another country for sale. This country will export a lot of coffee to Europe. Expose. To show something that is usually hidden. The low tide will expose the rocks on the beach. Express. To show a feeling or idea in words or actions. It is important to express your feelings to your friends. Extend. To make something longer or larger. The hotel decided to extend the swimming pool. Extract. To pull something out with effort. The dentist had to extract the bad tooth. Face. To turn toward or deal with something. You must face your fears to become stronger. Facilitate. To make an action or process easier. The new app will facilitate communication between teachers and parents. Fade. To lose color or brightness slowly. The color of the curtain will fade in the sun. Fail. To not succeed in doing something. He was sad because he began to fail his driving test. Faint. To lose consciousness for a short time. It was so hot that the woman began to faint. Fall. To move down toward the ground. Be careful not to fall on the icy sidewalk. Fancy. To want to have or do something. Do you fancy going for a walk in the park? Fasten. To close or join two parts of something. Please fasten your seatbelt before the plane takes off. Fear. To be afraid of something. Many people fear spiders and snakes. Feed. To give food to a person or animal. Don't forget to feed the cat before you leave. Feel. To experience an emotion or physical sensation. I feel very happy when I spend time with you. Fetch. To go and get something and bring it back. The dog loves to fetch the ball in the yard. Fight. To use physical force against someone. The two boys started to fight over the toy. File. To store papers in a particular order. I need to file these documents in the cabinet. Fill. To make something full. Please fill the glass with orange juice. Find. To discover something by looking for it. I hope you find your lost keys soon. Finish. To complete the last part of something. I will finish my homework in 10 minutes. Fire. To shoot a weapon or remove someone from a job. The boss had to fire the lazy worker. Fit. To be the right size or shape. These new shoes fit my feet perfectly. Fix. To repair something that is broken. My father knows how to fix a broken bike. Flap. To move wings up and down to fly. The bird began to flap its wings and flew away. Flash. To shine a bright light suddenly. The lightning started to flash across the dark sky. Flee. To run away from a dangerous place. The people had to flee the city during the fire. Float. To stay on the surface of a liquid. A piece of wood will float on the water. Flood. To cover a place with a large amount of water. The heavy rain will flood the streets tonight. Flow. To move smoothly like water. The river started to flow into the large lake. Fly. To move through the air. I love to watch the birds fly high in the sky. Focus. To give all your attention to something. You need to focus on your studies to pass the exam. Fold. To bend something so that one part covers another. Please fold the laundry and put it away. Follow. To move behind someone or something. The little ducklings follow their mother everywhere. Forbid. To refuse to allow something. My parents forbid me to smoke. Force. To make someone do something they don't want to do. You cannot force him to eat the vegetables. Forecast. To say what will happen in the future. The news will forecast the weather for the weekend. Foresee. To know that something will happen before it does. It is difficult to foresee what will happen next year. Forget. To not remember something. Don't forget to lock the door when you leave. Forgive. To stop being angry with someone. I will forgive you if you say you are sorry. Form. To make or create something. The students began to form a circle on the grass. Found. To start an organization or city. He wanted to found a school for poor children. Fracture. To break something hard like a bone. Falling off the horse caused him to fracture his arm. Frame. To put a border around a picture. I want to frame this beautiful photo of my family. Freeze. To turn into ice because it is very cold. The water in the lake will freeze in winter. Frighten. To make someone feel afraid. The loud thunder will frighten the small child. Frown. To move your eyebrows together because you are angry. The teacher began to frown when the students were noisy. Frustrate. To make someone feel annoyed or discouraged. The difficult puzzle started to frustrate him. Fulfill. To do something that you promised or planned. He worked hard to fulfill his dream of being a doctor. Function. To work or operate in a proper way. This old machine does not function well anymore. Fund. To provide money for an event or project. The government will fund the new hospital building. Gain. To get something useful or positive. You will gain a lot of experience from this job. Gather. To collect things or people together. The children began to gather flowers in the field. Gaze. To look at something for a long time. They like to gaze at the stars at night. Generate. To produce or create something. The solar panels will generate electricity for the house. Gesture. To move your hands to express an idea. He began to gesture for us to follow him. Get. To obtain or receive something. I hope to get a good grade on my test. Give. To let someone have something. Please give this letter to your mother. Glance. To look at something very quickly. He took a glance at his watch and realized he was late. Glare. To look at someone in an angry way. The man began to glare at the noisy teenagers. Glide. To move smoothly and easily. The ice skater began to glide across the frozen pond. Glow. To produce a soft and warm light. The candles began to glow in the dark room. Glue. To join things together with a sticky substance. Use this glue to fix the broken toy. Govern. To control and direct a country or city. The new president will govern the country for 4 years. Grab. To take hold of something suddenly. He had to grab the railing so he wouldn't fall. Grade. To give a score to a student's work. The teacher will grade the essays this weekend. Graduate. To finish your studies at a school or college. My sister will graduate from university in June. Grant. To give or allow something officially. The city will grant permission to build the park. Grasp. To hold something tightly or understand an idea. The baby began to grasp his mother's finger. Greet. To say hello to someone. I always greet my neighbors when I see them. Grin. To smile a very wide smile. The boy started to grin when he won the game. Grind. To crush something into very small pieces. You need to grind the coffee beans before making coffee. Grip. To hold something very tightly. You must grip the steering wheel with both hands. Groan. To make a deep sound because of pain or sadness. The injured man began to groan on the floor. Grow. To become larger or older. The plants in the garden began to grow very fast. Guarantee. To promise that something will happen. I guarantee that you will love this movie. Guard. To protect someone or something. The soldier will guard the entrance to the palace. Guess. To give an answer without being sure. Can you guess how old my sister is? Guide. To show someone the right way. The map will guide us to the hidden beach. Hammer. To hit something with a heavy tool. He began to hammer the nail into the wall. Handle. To deal with a situation or person. She knows how to handle difficult customers. Hang. To fix something at the top so it doesn't touch the ground. I want to hang this picture in my bedroom. Happen. To take place or occur. A strange thing started to happen in the old house. Harvest. To cut and collect crops from a farm. The farmers will harvest the rice in October. Hatch. To break out of an egg. The baby chicks will hatch from the eggs soon. Hate. To dislike someone or something very much. I hate waiting in long lines at the store. Haunt. To visit a place as a ghost. People say a ghost began to haunt the old castle. Heal. To become healthy or well again. The cut on your knee will heal in a few days. Hear. To receive sound through your ears. I can hear the sound of the ocean from here. Heat. To make something hot. Please heat the soup on the stove for 5 minutes. Help. To do something for someone to make it easier for them. Can you help me carry these boxes? Hesitate. To pause before doing something because you are nervous. Don't hesitate to ask if you need help. Hide. To put something where it cannot be seen. The children like to hide behind the big tree. Hire. To pay someone to do a job for you. We need to hire a photographer for the wedding. Hit. To touch something with sudden force. Be careful not to hit your head on the low ceiling. Hold. To have something in your hand or arms. Please hold my bag for a moment. Hop. To make a small jump on one foot. The rabbit began to hop across the green grass. Hope. To want something to happen. I hope that the weather will be nice tomorrow. Host. To organize a party or event for guests. They will host a dinner party for their friends. Hug. To put your arms around someone to show love. The two friends began to hug each other at the airport. Hum. To make a musical sound with your lips closed. She likes to hum a song while she works. Hunt. To chase and kill animals for food. The lions began to hunt the zebra in the field. Hurry. To move or do something very quickly. We need to hurry or we will miss the bus. Identify. To recognize who or what someone or something is. The witness was able to identify the man from the photo. Ignore. To pay no attention to someone or something. You should ignore the noise and focus on your work. Illuminate. To light up a place or an object. The bright fireworks began to illuminate the night sky. Illustrate. To explain something using pictures or examples. The teacher will illustrate the lesson with a simple drawing. Imagine. To form a picture of something in your mind. Imagine that you are sitting on a beautiful beach. Imitate. To copy the way someone talks or behaves. The little boy loves to imitate his father's walk. Imply. To suggest something without saying it directly. Her smile seemed to imply that she was happy with the news. Import. To bring goods into a country from abroad. Many countries import oil from the Middle East. Impose. To officially force a rule or tax on people. The government will impose a new tax on plastic bags. Impress. To make someone admire or respect you. He tried to impress his boss by working late every night. Improve. To make something better than it was. I want to improve my English speaking skills this year. Include. To have someone or something as part of a group. The price of the room will include a free breakfast. Increase. To make something larger in amount or size. The company hopes to increase its sales next month. Indicate. To show or point to something. The red light will indicate that the battery is low. Influence. To have an effect on how someone thinks or behaves. My parents had a big influence on my choice of job. Inform. To tell someone about a particular fact. Please inform me when the package arrives. Inherit. To receive money or property from someone who has died. She will inherit a large house from her grandmother. Injure. To hurt a person or animal physically. Be careful not to injure yourself while playing sports. Insist. To say firmly that something must happen. My friends started to insist that I stay for dinner. Inspect. To look at something carefully to check its quality. The officer will inspect the building for safety. Inspire. To make someone feel that they want to do something. The speaker's story will inspire many young people. Install. To put a piece of equipment in a place and make it ready. The technician will install the new air conditioner tomorrow. Instruct. To teach someone how to do something. The manual will instruct you on how to build the table. Insult. To say or do something rude to someone. You should never insult someone's appearance. Intend. To have a plan or purpose in your mind. I intend to finish this book by the end of the week. Interact. To talk and work together with other people. It is important for students to interact with each other in class. Interest. To make someone want to know more about something. This science project will interest many students. Interfere. To get involved in a situation where you are not wanted. Please do not interfere in my private business. Interpret. To explain the meaning of something. He can interpret the sign language for the audience. Interrupt. To stop someone while they are talking or doing something. I am sorry to interrupt, but there is a phone call for you. Introduce. To tell someone another person's name. I would like to introduce my best friend to you. Invent. To design or create something for the first time. Alexander Graham Bell was the first to invent the telephone. Invest. To put money into something to make a profit. Many people choose to invest their money in the stock market. Invite. To ask someone to come to an event. I want to invite all my friends to my birthday party. Involve. To include someone or something in an activity. The project will involve a lot of teamwork. Iron. To make clothes smooth using a heated tool. I need to iron my shirt before the interview. Irritate. To make someone feel annoyed or angry. The loud music from the neighbor began to irritate him. Isolate. To keep someone or something separate from others. The doctor had to isolate the patient with the virus. Issue. To officially give something to someone. The school will issue new ID cards next week. Join. To become a member of a group or club. I decided to join the local swimming club. Joke. To say something funny to make people laugh. My uncle likes to joke about his old car. Judge. To form an opinion about someone or something. You should not judge a book by its cover. Juggle. To throw several objects into the air and catch them. The performer began to juggle 3 oranges at once. Jump. To move suddenly off the ground using your legs. The cat began to jump onto the high fence. Justify. To give a good reason for something. He tried to justify his late arrival with a long story. Keep. To continue to have or hold something. You can keep the change from the taxi fare. Kick. To hit something with your foot. The boy began to kick the ball across the field. Kiss. To touch someone with your lips to show love. The mother gave her baby a kiss on the forehead. Kneel. To stay on your knees on the floor. You have to kneel down to look under the bed. Knit. To make clothes using wool and long needles. My grandmother likes to knit sweaters for us. Knock. To hit a door with your hand to make a noise. Please knock on the door before you enter. Knot. To tie a piece of string or hair. I need to knot the ends of the rope together. Label. To put a piece of paper on something to give information. Please label each box with its contents. Lack. To not have enough of something. The plants will die if they lack water and sun. Land. To arrive on the ground after flying. The airplane will land at the airport in 10 minutes. Last. To continue to exist for a period of time. The movie will last for 2 hours. Laugh. To make a sound to show that something is funny. The children began to laugh at the funny story. Launch. To send a rocket into space or start a project. The company will launch its new product next month. Lead. To show the way by going in front. The guide will lead us through the dark cave. Leak. To let liquid or gas escape through a hole. Water started to leak from the pipe under the sink. Lean. To bend your body in a particular direction. Do not lean against the wet paint on the wall. Learn. To get knowledge or a skill by studying. I want to learn how to play the guitar. Leave. To go away from a place. I usually leave my house at 8 o'clock. Lecture. To give a formal talk to a group of people. The professor will lecture on world history today. Lend. To give something to someone for a short time. Can you lend me your umbrella until tomorrow? Lengthen. To make something longer. The tailor will lengthen the sleeves of my coat. Let. To allow someone to do something. My parents will let me go to the party. Level. To make something flat and even. The workers began to level the ground for the new house. License. To give official permission to do something. The city will license the new restaurant to sell food. Lick. To move your tongue across something. The dog began to lick the ice cream off the floor. Lie. To say something that is not true. You should never lie to your friends. Lift. To move something to a higher position. He had to lift the heavy box onto the table. Light. To make something start to burn. We need to light the candles for the cake. Like. To enjoy something or think it is good. I really like the flavor of this apple pie. Limit. To keep something below a certain amount. The doctor told him to limit the amount of salt he eats. Link. To connect two or more things. This bridge will link the two islands together. List. To write things down one after another. Please list all the items you need for the trip. Listen. To give attention to a sound. I like to listen to the radio in the morning. Live. To have your home in a particular place. I live in a small apartment in the city center. Load. To put a large amount of things into a vehicle. We need to load the bags into the car. Loan. To lend money to someone. The bank agreed to loan him money for his new business. Lock. To fasten something with a key. Don't forget to lock the door when you go out. Look. To turn your eyes toward something. Look at the beautiful bird on the tree. Lose. To not be able to find something. I always lose my glasses when I am at home. Love. To have very strong feelings of liking someone. I love spending time with my family during holidays. Lower. To move something to a lower position. Please lower the volume of the television. Maintain. To keep something in good condition. You should maintain your car by checking the oil regularly. Make. To create or produce something. My mother is going to make a delicious soup. Manage. To be in control of an office or shop. He was hired to manage the new bookstore. Manufacture. To produce goods in large numbers in a factory. This company will manufacture parts for airplanes. March. To walk with regular steps like a soldier. The band began to march down the main street. Mark. To make a sign or write on something. Please mark the important dates on your calendar. Market. To try to sell a product using advertising. They will market the new phone to young people. Marry. To become the husband or wife of someone. They decided to marry in a small church. Match. To be the same as or go well with something. These blue socks match your shoes perfectly. Matter. To be important or have an effect. It doesn't matter what color you choose for the room. Mean. To have a particular meaning. What does this strange word mean in English? Measure. To find the size or amount of something. Use a ruler to measure the length of the paper. Meet. To see and talk to someone for the first time. I am happy to meet you today. Melt. To turn from something solid into a liquid. The ice cube began to melt in the warm sun. Memorize. To learn something so that you remember it perfectly. You need to memorize the new words for the test. Mention. To speak or write about something briefly. Did he mention anything about the party tonight? Merge. To combine two or more things into one. The two small companies decided to merge into one big business. Mind. To be annoyed or worried by something. I don't mind if you use my pen for a while. Miss. To feel sad because someone is not with you. I really miss my family when I am away from home. Mix. To put different things together. You should mix the flour and sugar in a large bowl. Modify. To change something slightly to improve it. We need to modify the plan to make it safer. Monitor. To watch or check something regularly. The doctor will monitor your heart rate during the exercise. Motivate. To make someone want to do something. A good teacher knows how to motivate their students. Move. To go from one place to another. We are going to move to a new house next month. Multiply. To increase a number by a certain amount of times. If you multiply 5 by 3, you get 15. Mumble. To speak quietly and not clearly. Don't mumble, speak louder so everyone can hear you. Murder. To kill someone intentionally. The police are looking for the man who tried to murder the guard. Mutter. To speak quietly to yourself in an angry way. He began to mutter something under his breath after the meeting. Name. To give a name to someone or something. They decided to name their new puppy Max. Narrow. To become less wide. The road began to narrow as we entered the small village. Navigate. To find the right direction to a place. We used a map to navigate through the dark forest. Need. To have something. I need some help with these heavy boxes. Neglect. To not give enough care or attention to something. You should not neglect your plants, or they will die. Negotiate. To try to reach an agreement by talking. The two countries began to negotiate a peace treaty. Nod. To move your head up and down to say yes. She began to nod her head to show she understood. Note. To notice or write down something important. Please note the time and date of our next meeting. Notice. To see or become aware of something. I didn't notice that you had cut your hair. Notify. To tell someone officially about something. The school will notify the parents about the holiday. Nourish. To give a person or animal the food they need. Good food will nourish your body and keep you healthy. Obey. To do what a law or a person tells you to do. You must obey the traffic rules for your safety. Object. To feel or say that you disagree with something. Many people began to object to the new tax law. Observe. To watch something carefully to learn about it. The students will observe the birds in the park today. Obtain. To get something that you want or need. You can obtain a library card at the front desk. Occupy. To fill or use a space or time. The big sofa will occupy too much space in this small room. Occur. To happen or take place. The accident began to occur on the slippery road. Offend. To make someone feel upset or angry. I didn't mean to offend you with my joke. Offer. To ask if someone would like something. He wanted to offer a seat to the old lady on the bus. Omit. To fail to include something. Please do not omit any important details in your report. Open. To move something so that it is no longer closed. Can you open the window to let some fresh air in? Operate. To use or control a machine. Do you know how to operate this coffee machine? Oppose. To disagree strongly with a plan or idea. My parents oppose my decision to quit my job. Organize. To plan or arrange something in an orderly way. I need to organize my desk because it is very messy. Overcome. To successfully deal with a problem or feeling. She worked hard to overcome her fear of public speaking. Oh. To have to pay money to someone. I owe my brother $20 for the dinner. Own. To have something that belongs to you. I want to own a house with a big garden one day. Pack. To put things into a bag or box. I need to pack my suitcase for the trip tomorrow. Paint. To put color on a surface. My father is going to paint the kitchen walls white. Park. To put a car in a particular place. You can park your car in front of the house. Participate. To take part in an activity. Many people want to participate in the marathon. Pass. To go past something or someone. The bus began to pass the slow truck on the highway. Pause. To stop for a short time. He had to pause for a moment to catch his breath. Pay. To give money for something. I need to pay the bill before we leave the restaurant. Perceive. To notice or understand something using your senses. I began to perceive a strange smell in the kitchen. Perform. To do an action or entertain people. The band will perform their new song on stage tonight. Permit. To allow something to happen. The park does not permit people to light fires. Persuade. To make someone do something by giving reasons. I tried to persuade my friend to go to the gym with me. Pick. To choose something or take it from a place. She began to pick some fresh apples from the tree. Place. To put something in a particular position. Please place the vase in the middle of the table. Plan. To think about what you will do in the future. We need to plan our summer vacation soon. Play. To do something for fun. The children like to play soccer in the park. Please. To make someone happy. I want to do something special to please my parents. Pledge. To make a serious promise to do something. He decided to pledge some money to the local charity. Point. To show where something is using your finger. She began to point at the beautiful bird in the sky. Polish. To rub something to make it shiny. You should polish your shoes before the wedding. Pollute. To make water or air dirty. Smoke from factories will pollute the air in the city. Possess. To have or own something. He does not possess a driver's license yet. Postpone. To change an event to a later time. They had to postpone the meeting until next Friday. Pour. To make a liquid flow out of a container. Please pour some milk into my coffee. Practice. To do something many times to become better. You need to practice the piano every day. Praise. To say that someone has done something very well. The teacher began to praise the student for his hard work. Pray. To speak to God to give thanks or ask for help. She began to pray for her family's health. Predict. To say what will happen in the future. It is hard to predict who will win the game. Prefer. To like one thing more than another. I prefer tea to coffee in the morning. Prepare. To get ready for something. I need to prepare for my English exam next week. Prescribe. To tell a patient what medicine to take. The doctor will prescribe some medicine for your cold. Present. To give or show something to people. The student will present his project to the class. Preserve. To keep something in its original state. We should work together to preserve the old forest. Press. To push something firmly. You need to press the button to start the machine. Pretend. To behave as if something is true when it is not. The children like to pretend they are superheroes. Prevent. To stop something from happening. Wearing a seatbelt can prevent serious injuries. Print. To produce words on paper using a machine. I need to print my essay for school. Proceed. To continue with an action or plan. After the break, we will proceed with the lesson. Process. To deal with something using a set of rules. The bank will process your loan application this week. Produce. To make or grow something. This farm can produce many kinds of vegetables. Profit. To get an advantage or money from something. The company began to profit from the new product. Prohibit. To officially say that something is not allowed. The law will prohibit smoking in public places. Project. To throw an image onto a screen. The teacher will project the map onto the wall. Promise. To say that you will definitely do something. I promise to call you as soon as I arrive. Promote. To help something grow or become popular. The company wants to promote its new healthy drink. Propose. To suggest a plan or an idea. I would like to propose a new idea for our project. Protect. To keep someone or something safe. A warm coat will protect you from the cold. Protest. To show that you disagree with something publicly. Many people gathered to protest against the new rule. Prove. To show that something is true. Can you prove that you were at home last night? Provide. To give someone something they need. The hotel will provide towels for all the guests. Publish. To print a book or magazine for people to buy. The author will publish her new book next month. Pull. To move something toward you. You have to pull the handle to open the drawer. Punish. To make someone suffer for doing something wrong. The teacher had to punish the student for cheating. Purchase. To buy something. I would like to purchase a ticket for the concert. Pursue. To follow or try to achieve something. She decided to pursue her dream of becoming a dancer. Push. To move something away from you. You need to push the door to open it. Put. To move something to a particular place. Please put the keys on the kitchen table. Qualify. To have the right skills or qualities for a job. You need a degree to qualify for this position. Question. To ask someone about something. The police will question the witness about the accident. Quit. To stop doing something or leave a job. He decided to quit smoking for his health. Raise. To lift something to a higher position. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Range. To vary between 2 points or amounts. The prices of these shoes range from $20 to $50. Reach. To arrive at a place or touch something. The boy tried to reach the cookie jar on the high shelf. React. To act in a particular way because of something. How did she react when you told her the news? Read. To look at and understand written words. I like to read a book before I go to sleep. Realize. To understand a situation clearly. I didn't realize that it was so late. Recall. To bring a memory back into your mind. I can't recall the name of the man I met yesterday. Receive. To get or be given something. I hope to receive many gifts on my birthday. Recognize. To know someone or something because you have seen them before. I didn't recognize you with your new haircut. Recommend. To suggest that someone or something is good. Can you recommend a good restaurant near here? Record. To store sounds or moving pictures. He used his phone to record the beautiful song. Recover. To become well again after being sick. It took her a week to recover from the flu. Reduce. To make something smaller in size or amount. We must work together to reduce plastic waste. Refer. To talk about or look at something for information. Please refer to the map to find the station. Reflect. To show an image in a mirror or water. The calm lake began to reflect the mountains perfectly. Refuse. To say that you will not do or accept something. He had to refuse the offer because he was too busy. Regard. To think of someone or something in a particular way. Many people regard him as a great leader. Regret. To feel sorry about something you did or did not do. I really regret not studying harder for the exam. Regulate. To control something by using rules. The government will regulate the speed of cars in this area. Reject. To refuse to accept or believe something. The company decided to reject his job application. Relate. To find a connection between two or more things. It is difficult to relate these two different problems. Relax. To rest and become less worried. I like to relax on the sofa after a long day of work. Release. To let someone or something go free. They decided to release the bird back into the forest. Rely. To trust or depend on someone. You can always rely on your best friend for help. Remain. To stay in the same place or condition. Please remain in your seats until the plane stops. Remember. To keep information in your mind. Don't forget to remember your umbrella today. Remind. To make someone think of something again. Please remind me to buy some milk later. Remove. To take something away from a place. You should remove your hat when you enter the building. Repair. To fix something that is broken. The mechanic will repair my car this afternoon. Repeat. To say or do something again. Can you repeat that sentence, please? Replace. To put something new in the place of an old one. I need to replace the battery in my watch. Reply. To answer someone. He didn't reply to my message until this morning. Report. To give information about something that happened. You should report the accident to the police. Represent. To act or speak for a person or group. He will represent our school in the competition. Request. To ask for something politely. I would like to request a room with a nice view. Require. To need something. This job will require a lot of hard work. Rescue. To save someone from a dangerous situation. The brave man tried to rescue the cat from the tree. Research. To study a subject in detail to find new facts. Scientists are trying to research a cure for the disease. Reserve. To keep something for a particular person. I want to reserve a table for 2 at 7 o'clock. Resist. To fight against something or refuse to change. It is hard to resist eating a delicious chocolate cake. Resolve. To find a solution to a problem. We need to work together to resolve the conflict. Respect. To admire someone because of their qualities. You should always respect your parents and teachers. Respond. To say or do something as an answer. The teacher began to respond to the student's question. Rest. To stop doing work and relax. You should rest for a while if you are tired. Restore. To return something to its original condition. They want to restore the old castle to its former beauty. Restrict. To limit the amount or size of something. The park will restrict the number of visitors each day. Retain. To keep or continue to have something. The company wants to retain its best workers. Retire. To stop working because you have reached a certain age. My father will retire from his job next year. Return. To come or go back to a place. I will return to my hometown during the summer. Reveal. To show something that was hidden. The magician will reveal the secret of his trick. Reverse. To change something to the opposite. You can reverse the car into the parking space. Review. To look at or study something again. You should review your notes before the test. Revise. To change something to make it better. I need to revise my essay before I hand it in. Reward. To give something to someone for their good work. The boss will reward the best employee with a bonus. Ride. To sit on and control an animal or a vehicle. The children like to ride their bikes in the park. Ring. To make a sound like a bell. I heard the phone begin to ring in the other room. Rise. To move up or become higher. The sun will rise at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Risk. To do something that might have a bad result. Don't risk your health by working too much. Roar. To make a long and loud sound like a lion. The lion began to roar loudly in the zoo. Rob. To take money or property from someone illegally. The man tried to rob the bank with a toy gun. Roll. To move by turning over and over. The ball started to roll down the hill very fast. Rotate. To turn in a circle. The Earth takes 24 hours to rotate once. Rub. To move your hand back and forth over a surface. You should rub your hands together to stay warm. Ruin. To damage something completely. The rain will ruin our plans for a picnic. Rule. To have official power over a country. The king used to rule this land many years ago. Run. To move fast using your legs. The boy began to run to catch the school bus. Rush. To move or do something very quickly. We need to rush if we want to arrive on time. Sail. To travel on water in a boat. They want to sail across the ocean next summer. Satisfy. To make someone happy by giving what they want. The good news will satisfy everyone in the family. Save. To stop someone from being hurt or killed. The lifeguard tried to save the boy from the water. Say. To speak words to give information. What did he say when you asked him for help? Scare. To make someone feel afraid. The loud noise will scare the birds away. Schedule. To plan something for a particular time. I need to schedule an appointment with the dentist. Score. To get a point in a game or test. He managed to score a goal in the last minute. Scream. To shout loudly because of fear or pain. The girl began to scream when she saw the big spider. Search. To look for something very carefully. The police will search the house for clues. Secure. To make something safe or fix it firmly. Please secure the door before you go to bed. See. To use your eyes to look at something. I can see a small boat on the lake. Seek. To try to find or get something. Many people go to the city to seek a better life. Seem. To appear to be a certain way. You seem very happy today. Select. To choose someone or something. You can select any color you like for the room. Sell. To give something to someone for money. He decided to sell his old car to his neighbor. Send. To make something go to another place. I will send you an email with the details. Separate. To move things apart. You should separate the white clothes from the colored ones. Serve. To give food or drink to someone. The waiter will serve the soup in a few minutes. Settle. To reach an agreement or decide to live somewhere. They decided to settle in a quiet town by the sea. Shake. To move back and forth quickly. The ground began to shake during the earthquake. Share. To give a part of something to others. It is good to share your toys with your friends. Shift. To move or change position. The wind began to shift toward the north. Shine. To produce or reflect light. The sun will shine brightly all day tomorrow. Shock. To surprise someone very much, usually in a bad way. The news of the accident will shock everyone. Shoot. To fire a bullet from a gun. The hunter began to shoot at the target. Shout. To speak very loudly. You don't have to shout, I can hear you clearly. Show. To let someone see something. Can you show me your new watch? Shrink. To become smaller in size. This wool sweater will shrink if you wash it in hot water. Shut. To close something. Please shut the window, it is getting cold. Sigh. To let out a long breath because you are sad or tired. He began to sigh after a long day at work. Sign. To write your name on a document. Please sign your name at the bottom of the page. Simplify. To make something easier to understand. The teacher tried to simplify the difficult lesson. Sing. To make musical sounds with your voice. She loves to sing her favorite songs in the shower. Absolute. Complete or total. I have absolute trust in my best friend. Abstract. Existing as an idea but not as a physical object. Love is an abstract concept that is hard to define. Academic. Relating to schools, colleges, and studying. She received an award for her great academic success. Acceptable. Good enough to be allowed or approved. Your score on the test was acceptable but could be better. Accurate. Correct and true in every detail. The weather report was very accurate today. Acidic. Containing acid or tasting like it. Lemons are very acidic and taste sour. Active. Busy doing things or moving a lot. My grandfather is still very active and goes for a walk every day. Actual. Real and not just imagined. The actual cost of the trip was higher than we thought. Adequate. Enough for a particular purpose. Make sure you have adequate water for the long hike. Adjustable. Can be changed to fit different people or situations. The height of the office chair is adjustable. Administrative. Relating to managing a business or organization. He is looking for an administrative job in a large company. Admirable. Deserving respect or approval. Her honesty in that difficult situation was admirable. Adventurous. Willing to try new and exciting things. He is very adventurous and loves to travel to far places. Aggressive. Behaving in an angry or violent way. The dog became aggressive when a stranger approached. Agricultural. Relating to farming. The country's economy depends on agricultural products. Alert. Watching carefully and ready to act. The guard was alert and noticed the open window. Alien. Coming from another world or country. The idea of eating insects felt alien to him. Alive. Living and not dead. It was a miracle that the cat was still alive after the fire. Ambitious. Wanting to be successful or powerful. My brother is very ambitious and wants to start his own company. Amusing. Funny or entertaining. The movie was very amusing and made everyone laugh. Ancient. Very, very old. We saw many ancient buildings during our trip to Rome. Annual. Happening once every year. We are planning our annual family reunion in July. Anonymous. With a name that is not known. An anonymous donor gave a lot of money to the hospital. Anxious. Feeling worried or nervous. She felt anxious about the big test tomorrow. Apparent. Easy to see or understand. It was apparent that he was not telling the truth. Appropriate. Suitable or right for a situation. You should wear appropriate clothes for the job interview. Approximate. Close to a number but not exactly. The approximate time of our arrival is 5 o'clock. Artificial. Not natural, made by people. These flowers are artificial, but they look real. Artistic. Relating to art or being good at it. She is very artistic and loves to paint and draw. Ashamed. Feeling bad because you did something wrong. He felt ashamed for lying to his parents. Asleep. In a state of sleep. The baby is finally asleep in her bed. Athletic. Strong, fit, and good at sports. He has an athletic body because he exercises every day. Attractive. Pleasing to look at. The new park is a very attractive place for families. Audible. Loud enough to be heard. Her voice was barely audible over the loud noise. Authentic. Real and not a copy. We ate some authentic Italian pasta at the new restaurant. Automatic. Working by itself without a person. The door is automatic and opens when you stand near it. Available. Ready for use or to be bought. Is this seat available or is someone sitting here? Average. Normal or typical. The average temperature in this city is very pleasant. Aware. Knowing about something. Are you aware of the new rules at the office? Awful. Very bad or unpleasant. The weather was awful during our vacation. Awkward. Feeling embarrassed or not comfortable. There was an awkward silence after his strange joke. Basic. Simple and most important. Food and water are the basic needs of all people. Beneficial. Having a good or helpful effect. Drinking plenty of water is beneficial for your health. Bitter. Having a sharp and unpleasant taste. This coffee is too bitter without any sugar. Bizarre. Very strange or unusual. The man was wearing a bizarre hat made of balloons. Blank. With no writing or decoration. Please write your name on the blank piece of paper. Blind. Unable to see. The blind man used a stick to find his way. Blonde. Having light yellow hair. She has long blonde hair and blue eyes. Bloody. Covered in blood. He had a bloody nose after falling off his bike. Bold. Brave and not afraid of danger. The hero made a bold decision to save the village. Boring. Not interesting at all. The long lecture was so boring that I fell asleep. Brave. Showing no fear in dangerous situations. The brave firefighter ran into the burning building. Brief. Lasting only a short time. The manager gave a brief speech before the meeting. Bright. Full of light or having a strong color. The sun is very bright today, so wear your sunglasses. Brilliant. Very smart or extremely good. He came up with a brilliant idea to solve the problem. Broad. Very wide. The river is very broad at this point. Brutal. Very cruel or violent. The weather in the mountains can be quite brutal in winter. Busy. Having a lot of things to do. I have been very busy with work all week. Calm. Peaceful and not worried. The ocean was very calm this morning. Capable. Having the ability to do something well. She is a very capable doctor who helps many people. Careful. Giving a lot of attention to what you are doing. Be careful when you use that sharp knife. Careless. Not giving enough attention to what you are doing. It was careless of him to leave his keys in the car. Casual. Relaxed and not formal. You can wear casual clothes like jeans to the party. Cautious. Taking care to avoid risks or danger. You should be cautious when walking alone at night. Central. In the middle of an area. The hotel is in a central location near the station. Certain. Completely sure about something. Are you certain that you locked the door? Charming. Very pleasant or attractive. The small village was charming and peaceful. Cheap. Costing very little money. This shirt was very cheap because it was on sale. Cheerful. Happy and positive. She always has a cheerful smile on her face. Chemical. Relating to chemistry or chemicals. The laboratory is full of chemical smells. Circular. Shaped like a circle. They sat around a large circular table. Civil, relating to the people who live in a country. The two groups had a long civil war. Classic. Having a high quality that lasts a long time. That movie is a classic story about love. Clean. Not dirty. Please make sure your hands are clean before dinner. Clear. Easy to see through or understand. The water in the pool is very clear. Clever. Smart and quick at learning. The clever boy solved the puzzle in 1 minute. Clinical. Relating to the treatment of patients. The new drug is still in clinical trials. Close. Near in distance or time. The grocery store is very close to my house. Clumsy. Often dropping things or falling over. He is so clumsy that he broke 3 glasses today. Coarse. Rough and not smooth. The sand on this beach is very coarse. Cognitive. Relating to thinking and understanding. Reading books is good for a child's cognitive development. Coherent. Clear and easy to understand. Her explanation of the plan was not very coherent. Cold. Having a low temperature. It is very cold outside, so wear a warm coat. Collective. Done by a group of people together. The team made a collective decision to work harder. Colorful. Having many bright colors. The garden is very colorful in the spring. Comfortable. Feeling relaxed and not in pain. This sofa is very comfortable to sit on. Comic. Funny or relating to comedy. The comic actor made everyone laugh loudly. Common. Happening often or found in many places. It is common for people to feel nervous before a test. Compact. Small and including many things in a small space. This compact camera fits easily into my pocket. Comparable. Similar in size, quality, or amount. The two houses are comparable in price. Comparative. Measured by comparing with something else. We are doing a comparative study of the two cities. Compatible. Able to exist or work together without problems. This software is not compatible with my old computer. Competent. Having the skills to do something well. He is a competent driver who never had an accident. Competitive. Wanting to win or be better than others. My sister is very competitive and hates losing. Complete. Having all the necessary parts. I need one more piece to make the puzzle complete. Complex. Having many parts and being difficult to understand. The human brain is a very complex organ. Complicated. Difficult to understand or deal with. These instructions are too complicated for me. Complimentary. Given for free. The hotel offers a complimentary breakfast to all guests. Comprehensive. Including everything that is necessary. This book provides a comprehensive guide to the city. Compulsory. Must be done because of a law or rule. English is a compulsory subject in our school. Concave. Curving inward like the inside of a bowl. The spoon has a concave shape. Concentrated. Using a lot of effort or having a strong substance. You should use concentrated soap to clean the floor. Concentric. Having the same center point. The circles on the target are concentric. Concrete. Real or based on facts. The police have no concrete evidence against him. Confidential. Secret and not intended to be shown to others. This is a confidential document, so do not show it to anyone. Confident. Feeling sure about your own ability. She is confident that she will pass the exam. Confused. Unable to think clearly or understand something. I was confused by the many different signs on the road. Conscious. Being aware of what is happening around you. He was still conscious after the accident. Consecutive. Following one after another without a break. It rained for 3 consecutive days. Conservative. Not liking changes or new ideas. My grandfather has very conservative opinions about clothes. Considerable. Large in size, amount, or importance. The project will take a considerable amount of time. Consistent. Always behaving or happening in a similar way. You need to be consistent with your exercise to see results. Constant. Happening all the time. The constant noise from the street makes it hard to sleep. Constructive. Useful and intended to help or improve. The teacher gave me some constructive advice on my essay. Contemporary. Existing or happening now. I like listening to contemporary music more than old music. Content. Happy and satisfied with what you have. She is content with her simple life in the country. Continuous. Happening without any stop or break. There was a continuous sound of birds singing. Contrary. Opposite to what someone thinks or says. Contrary to what people think, he is actually very shy. Convenient. Suitable for your needs and making life easier. The store is in a very convenient location near my house. Conventional. Following what is traditional or normal. Most people use conventional methods to solve the problem. Convincing. Making you believe that something is true. He gave a convincing reason for being late. Cool. Slightly cold in a pleasant way. The air felt cool and fresh after the rain. Cooperative. Willing to work together with others. The team was very cooperative and finished the work quickly. Corporate. Relating to a large company or business. He wears a suit because he works in a corporate office. Correct. Having no mistakes and being true. Please make sure that your phone number is correct. Corrupt. Dishonest or acting illegally for money. The people were angry with the corrupt government. Costly. Costing a lot of money. Buying a new car can be very costly. Courageous. Very brave in a difficult situation. It was courageous of her to speak the truth. Courteous. Polite and showing respect to others. The waiter was very courteous and helpful. Creative. Having good and original ideas. My sister is very creative and writes beautiful stories. Credible. Able to be believed or trusted. The witness gave a credible story about the accident. Criminal. Relating to crime or against the law. Stealing is a criminal act and you will be punished. Critical. Saying that someone or something is bad or wrong. My boss is very critical of my work. Crowded. Full of people. The subway is always crowded during the morning. Cruel. Extremely unkind and causing pain to others. It is cruel to keep a wild animal in a small cage. Cultural. Relating to the habits and traditions of a society. We enjoyed the cultural festival in the city center. Curious. Wanting to know or learn about something. The curious cat looked into the empty box. Current. Happening or existing now. What is your current address? Daily. Happening or done every day. You should include exercise in your daily routine. Dangerous. Likely to cause harm or death. It is dangerous to walk on the road at night. Dark. Having little or no light. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. Dead. No longer living. The flowers in the vase are dead because there is no water. Deaf. Unable to hear anything. The deaf boy uses sign language to talk to his friends. Dear. Loved very much or expensive. My family is very dear to me. Decent. Of a good enough quality or polite. Everyone deserves a decent place to live. Deceptive. Making you believe something that is not true. The small size of the box was deceptive, it was very heavy. Decisive. Able to make decisions quickly and surely. A leader needs to be decisive during a crisis. Dedicated. Giving a lot of time and effort to something. She is a dedicated teacher who loves her students. Deep. Going a long way down from the surface. The water in the middle of the lake is very deep. Defective. Having a fault or not working correctly. I returned the phone because the screen was defective. Defensive. Used to protect someone or something. The cat took a defensive position when the dog arrived. Definite. Certain and clear. We have no definite plans for the weekend yet. Deliberate. Done on purpose and not by accident. It was a deliberate lie to hide the truth. Delicate. Easy to break or damage. These glasses are very delicate, so please be careful. Delicious. Having a very pleasant taste. This chocolate cake is absolutely delicious. Delighted. Very pleased and happy. I was delighted to receive your letter today. Demanding. Needing a lot of time, effort, or attention. Taking care of a baby is a very demanding job. Democratic. Based on the principle that all people are equal. We live in a democratic country where we can vote. Dense. Containing a lot of things in a small space. We got lost in the dense forest behind the house. Dental. Relating to teeth or the work of a dentist. You should go for a dental checkup twice a year. Dependable. Able to be trusted or relied on. He is a dependable friend who is always there for me. Dependent. Needing someone or something for help. The baby is completely dependent on its mother. Depressed. Feeling very sad for a long time. He felt depressed after losing his job. Descriptive. Giving a lot of details about something. The book contains many descriptive passages about nature. Desperate. Having little hope and needing something very much. The hungry people were desperate for some food. Destructive. Causing a lot of damage. The storm was very destructive and broke many trees. Detailed. Giving a lot of information. The map provides a detailed view of the city. Determined. Having a strong desire to do something. She is determined to win the gold medal this time. Devastating. Causing a lot of shock or damage. The news of the fire was devastating for the family. Digital. Using computer technology. I prefer reading digital books on my tablet. Diplomatic. Acting in a way that does not offend people. He gave a diplomatic answer to the difficult question. Direct. Going straight to a place without stopping. Is there a direct flight to London from here? Dirty. Not clean. Your shoes are dirty, so please take them off. Disabled. Having a physical or mental condition that limits activities. This parking space is only for disabled people. Disappointed. Sad because something was not as good as expected. I was disappointed that the movie was so boring. Disastrous. Causing great damage or being very unsuccessful. The party was disastrous because nobody came. Disciplined. Behaving in a controlled way and following rules. The soldiers are very disciplined and follow all orders. Distant. Far away in space or time. I could see the distant mountains from my window. Distinct. Clearly different or separate. There are 3 distinct parts to this project. Distinctive. Having a quality that makes it easy to recognize. The zebra has a very distinctive pattern of stripes. Distributed. Shared or spread among a group of people. The food was distributed to the poor families. Diverse. Including many different types of people or things. The city has a very diverse population. Divine. Relating to God or being very beautiful. The sunset over the ocean was a divine sight. Domestic. Relating to the home or a single country. Cats and dogs are domestic animals. Dominant. More important or powerful than others. The big company is dominant in the phone market. Double. Twice the size, amount, or number. I would like a double room with 2 beds, please. Doubtful. Not certain about something. It is doubtful that he will arrive on time. Dramatic. Sudden and surprising or full of excitement. There has been a dramatic change in the weather. Drastic. Severe and sudden. The company had to make drastic changes to save money. Dreadful. Very bad or unpleasant. The food at that restaurant was absolutely dreadful. Dressed. Wearing clothes. He was dressed in a black suit for the wedding. Drunk. Having drunk too much alcohol. He was too drunk to drive his car home. Dry. With no water or liquid on it. The ground is very dry because it hasn't rained. Dual. Having 2 parts. This phone has a dual camera on the back. Dull. Not interesting or not bright. The gray sky made the day feel very dull. Dumb. Stupid or unable to speak. That was a dumb mistake that I shouldn't have made. Durable. Able to last a long time without breaking. These boots are very durable and good for hiking. Dynamic. Full of energy and new ideas. She is a dynamic leader who motivates her team. Eager. Wanting to do or have something very much. The children were eager to open their presents. Early. Happening before the usual time. I woke up early this morning to see the sunrise. Earnest. Very serious and sincere. He made an earnest effort to help the poor children. Easy. Not difficult to do. The exam was very easy, so everyone passed. Eccentric. Acting in a strange or unusual way. The old man is a bit eccentric and talks to his plants. Economic. Relating to money or the economy. The country is facing some serious economic problems. Economical. Using money or resources carefully. A small car is more economical than a big one. Edible. Safe to be eaten. Some wild mushrooms are edible, but others are poisonous. Editorial. Relating to the work of an editor. She got an editorial job at a famous magazine. Educated. Having a high level of knowledge from school. He is a very well-educated man who knows many languages. Educational. Providing knowledge or information. This television program is very educational for children. Effective. Successful in producing a desired result. This medicine is very effective against a headache. Efficient. Working well without wasting time or energy. The new machine is much more efficient than the old one. Elaborate. Containing a lot of careful detail. They made elaborate plans for the wedding party. Elastic. Able to stretch and return to its original shape. The waistband of these pants is elastic. Elderly. A polite way to say someone is old. We should always show respect to elderly people. Elective. That you can choose to do or not. I am taking an elective course in art history. Electrical. Relating to electricity. There is an electrical fault in the kitchen lights. Elegant. Graceful and attractive in appearance. She looked very elegant in her long blue dress. Elementary. Relating to the basic parts of a subject. He is taking an elementary English class for beginners. Eligible. Having the right to do or have something. You are eligible to vote when you are 18. Embarrassed. Feeling shy or ashamed about something. I felt embarrassed when I forgot his name. Emotional. Having or showing strong feelings. The movie was very emotional and made me cry. Empirical. Based on real experience or proof. The scientists have empirical evidence to support their theory. Empty. Having nothing inside. The box was empty when I opened it. Endless. Seeming to have no end. The road ahead looked like an endless line. Energetic. Having a lot of energy and enthusiasm. She is a very energetic person who loves to dance. Enormous. Extremely large in size or amount. They live in an enormous house with 10 bedrooms. Enthusiastic. Showing a lot of excitement and interest. The fans were very enthusiastic during the concert. Entire. Including every part of something. I spent the entire day cleaning my room. Environmental. Relating to the natural world. We should care more about environmental problems. Equal. The same in size, number, or value. They divided the cake into 4 equal pieces. Equivalent. Having the same amount or value. $1 is equivalent to about 1,301. Essential. Completely necessary or very important. Water is essential for all living things. Eternal. Lasting forever or for a very long time. They promised each other eternal love. Ethical. Relating to what is right or wrong. It is not ethical to lie to your customers. Ethnic. Relating to a particular race or culture. I love trying different ethnic foods. Even. Flat and smooth or equal. The floor is not even, so the table shakes. Every day. Happening or used every day. I use my everyday shoes for walking in the park. Evident. Easy to see or understand. It was evident that she was very unhappy. Evil. Very bad or cruel. In the story, the evil king was defeated by a hero. Exact. Completely correct in every detail. What is the exact time right now? Excellent. Extremely good or of high quality. The food at this restaurant is excellent. Exceptional. Unusually good or special. She is an exceptional student who gets perfect grades. Excessive. Too much or more than is necessary. Excessive noise can damage your ears. Excited. Feeling very happy and eager. The children are excited about the trip to the zoo. Exclusive. Only for a particular group of people. This is an exclusive club for members only. Exotic. Unusual and exciting because it comes from a far place. They have many exotic plants in their garden. Expensive. Costing a lot of money. This watch is very expensive because it is made of gold. Experienced. Having knowledge from doing something for a long time. He is an experienced driver who knows the city well. Experimental. Relating to tests or new ideas. The doctors are using an experimental treatment. Expert. Having a lot of special knowledge or skill. He is an expert in computer technology. Explicit. Clear and easy to understand. The teacher gave explicit instructions for the homework. Explosive. Likely to explode suddenly. Gas is an explosive substance, so be careful. Express. Fast or clearly stated. I took the express train to get to the city faster. Extensive. Covering a large area or having a lot of detail. The damage from the fire was extensive. External. Relating to the outside of something. The external walls of the house are white. Extinct. No longer existing. Dinosaurs became extinct millions of years ago. Extraordinary. Very unusual or special. He has an extraordinary talent for playing the piano. Extreme. Very great in degree or amount. The weather conditions were extreme during the storm. Fabulous. Extremely good or beautiful. We had a fabulous time at the party last night. Facial. Relating to the face. She has very strong facial features. Factual. Based on facts and things that are true. This report provides a factual account of the accident. Faded. Having lost color or brightness. She was wearing an old, faded pair of jeans. Faint. Not strong or clear. I could hear a faint sound of music from next door. Fair. Right and according to the rules. It was a fair game and everyone played well. Faithful. Loyal and always supporting someone. My dog is a very faithful friend. Fake. Not real, made to look like something else. This is not a real diamond, it is fake. False. Not true or not correct. Is the statement true or false? Familiar. Well known to you. The house looked familiar, but I couldn't remember why. Famous. Known by many people. He is a famous actor who has been in many movies. Fancy. Expensive or complicated. I don't need a fancy car, a simple one is fine. Fantastic. Very good or exciting. The view from the top of the mountain was fantastic. Far. A long distance away. The airport is not far from the city center. Fascinating. Extremely interesting. The history of ancient Egypt is fascinating. Fashionable. Popular at a particular time. She always wears fashionable clothes. Fast. Moving or happening quickly. He is a very fast runner and wins every race. Fat. Having a lot of extra flesh on the body. The fat cat likes to sleep on the sofa all day. Fatal. Causing death. The car accident was fatal for the driver. Favorable. Showing that you like or approve of something. The movie received many favorable reviews. Favorite. The one that you like best. My favorite color is blue. Feasible. Possible to do easily or conveniently. It is not feasible to finish the work today. Federal. Relating to a central government. He works for the federal government in the capital. Feeble. Very weak. The old man's voice was feeble and quiet. Feminine. Having qualities that are typical of women. She has a very feminine style of dressing. Fertile. Able to produce a lot of plants or crops. The land near the river is very fertile. Fierce. Strong and powerful or violent. A fierce wind blew all night during the storm. Final. Happening at the end. This is the final chapter of the book. Financial. Relating to money. My parents gave me some financial help for my studies. Fine. Good or of high quality. This is a very fine piece of art. Firm. Strong and not soft. You need a firm bed to sleep well. First. Coming before all others. He was the first person to arrive at the party. Fit. Healthy and strong. I exercise every day to stay fit. Fixed. Not changing or staying in one position. The price of the room is fixed at $50. Flat. Level and smooth. The ground here is very flat and easy to walk on. Flexible. Able to bend easily or change. My schedule is flexible, so I can meet you anytime. Floral. Decorated with flowers. She wore a beautiful floral dress to the garden party. Fluid. Smooth and continuous like a liquid. Her movements on the stage were fluid and graceful. Focused. Giving a lot of attention to something. He remained focused on his goal despite the problems. Fond. Liking someone or something very much. I am very fond of my grandmother. Foolish. Stupid or not showing good judgment. It was foolish of him to go out without a coat. Foreign. From another country. I love learning about foreign cultures. Formal. Following official rules or ways of behaving. You should wear a formal suit to the wedding. Fortunate. Having good luck. I am fortunate to have such a kind and helpful family. Fragile. Easy to break or damage. Please be careful with this fragile glass vase. Frank. Honest and direct in what you say. Let me be frank with you, the plan will not work. Free. Not costing any money or able to do what you want. The museum is free on the first Monday of every month. Frequent. Happening often. There is a frequent bus service from the city center to the airport. Fresh. New or recently made. I love the smell of fresh bread in the morning. Friendly. Behaving in a kind and pleasant way. The people in this small town are very friendly. Frightened. Feeling afraid or scared. The small child was frightened by the loud thunder. Frontal. Relating to the front part of something. The car suffered a lot of damage from the frontal accident. Frozen. Turned into ice or preserved by cold. You can buy frozen vegetables at the grocery store. Frugal. Careful when using money or food. My grandmother is very frugal and never wastes anything. Frustrated. Feeling annoyed because you cannot do what you want. He felt frustrated when he couldn't solve the math problem. Full. Containing as much as possible. The theater was full of people waiting for the movie. Fundamental. Being the most basic or important part. Freedom of speech is a fundamental human right. Funny. Making you laugh. The clown told a very funny story to the children. Furious. Extremely angry. My father was furious when he saw the broken window. Future. Happening in the time after now. We need to plan for our future life together. General. Relating to a whole group or many things. This book provides general information about the city. Generous. Willing to give more money or help than usual. It was very generous of him to pay for my dinner. Gentle. Calm, kind, or soft. The nurse was very gentle when she cleaned my wound. Genuine. Real and not fake. This watch is made of genuine leather. Geographical. Relating to the physical features of the earth. We are studying the geographical features of the mountains. Giant. Extremely large. We saw a giant statue of a lion in the park. Glad. Happy and pleased. I am so glad that you could come to my party. Glamorous. Attractive in an exciting and special way. She looked very glamorous in her red dress on the stage. Global. Relating to the whole world. Global warming is a serious problem for everyone. Glorious. Very beautiful or deserving great praise. The sunset over the ocean was a glorious sight. Golden. Made of gold or having the color of gold. She wore a beautiful golden necklace for the party. Good. Of a high quality or standard. This is a very good book about history. Gorgeous. Extremely beautiful or attractive. The view from the top of the mountain was gorgeous. Gradual. Happening slowly over a long time. There has been a gradual improvement in his English. Grateful. Feeling or showing thanks. I am very grateful for your help with my homework. Grave. Very serious or worrying. The doctor had a grave look on his face after the test. Gray. Having the color of smoke or ashes. The sky was gray and it looked like it would rain. Great. Very good or large in amount. We had a great time at the concert last night. Greedy. Wanting more money or food than you need. The greedy man wanted to take all the cake for himself. Green. Having the color of grass or leaves. The trees are very green and beautiful in the spring. Gross. Very unpleasant or total before taxes. The smell in the old kitchen was absolutely gross. Guaranteed. Promised to happen or be true. The quality of this product is guaranteed for 1 year. Guilty. Feeling bad because you did something wrong. He felt guilty for eating his sister's chocolate. Habitual. Doing something often as a habit. His habitual lateness began to annoy his friends. Handsome. Physically attractive, usually for a man. He is a very handsome man with dark hair. Handy. Useful or easy to use. This small tool is very handy for fixing things around the house. Happy. Feeling pleased or showing pleasure. They were very happy when they won the game. Hard. Difficult to do or solid and firm. The exam was quite hard, but I finished it on time. Harmful. Causing damage or injury. Smoking is very harmful to your health. Harsh. Cruel, severe, or unkind. The weather in the desert can be very harsh at night. Healthy. Having good health and not being sick. You should eat more vegetables to stay healthy. Heavy. Weighing a lot. I need help carrying this heavy suitcase. Helpful. Willing to help other people. The staff at the hotel were very helpful and kind. Helpless. Unable to do anything to help yourself. The baby bird felt helpless on the ground. Heroic. Very brave or showing great courage. The firefighter made a heroic effort to save the cat. Hidden. Kept out of sight. The children found a hidden treasure in the garden. High. Reaching a long way up. The mountain is very high and covered in snow. Hilarious. Extremely funny. That movie we watched last night was hilarious. Historical. Relating to events or people in the past. We visited many historical places during our trip to Rome. Hollow. Having an empty space inside. The old tree was hollow and birds lived inside it. Honest. Telling the truth and not lying. She gave an honest answer to the difficult question. Horizontal. Flat and parallel to the ground. Please draw a horizontal line on the paper. Horrible. Very unpleasant or bad. The food at that restaurant was absolutely horrible. Hospitable. Friendly and welcoming to guests. The local people were very hospitable and gave us food. Hostile. Very unfriendly or showing dislike. The crowd became hostile when the game was cancelled. Hot. Having a high temperature. It is very hot today, so let's go for a swim. Huge. Extremely large. They live in a huge house with a big swimming pool. Humble. Not proud and not thinking you are better than others. Despite being rich, he is a very humble person. Humid. Having a lot of moisture in the air. The weather is very humid and sticky today. Hungry. Wanting or needing food. I am so hungry that I could eat a whole pizza. Icy. Covered with ice or very cold. Be careful because the road is very icy this morning. Ideal. Perfect or the best possible. This is an ideal place for a summer vacation. Identical. Exactly the same. The two sisters are identical twins and look exactly alike. Idle. Not working or being used. The factory machines have been idle for 2 weeks. Ignorant. Not having enough knowledge about something. He was ignorant of the new rules at the school. Ill, suffering from a disease or not feeling well. He stayed at home today because he felt ill. Illegal. Against the law. It is illegal to drive a car without a license. Illiterate. Unable to read or write. Many years ago, many people in the village were illiterate. Logical. Reasonable and based on correct thinking. His argument was logical and easy to understand. Lonely. Unhappy because you are alone. She felt lonely when all her friends moved away. Loose. Not tight or not firmly fixed. I need to wear a belt because my pants are loose. Loud. Making a lot of noise. The music was so loud that I couldn't hear you. Lovely. Very pleasant or attractive. We had a lovely time at the park today. Low. Near the ground or not high. The ceiling in this old house is very low. Loyal. Always supporting your friends or country. He is a loyal friend who always keeps his promises. Lucky. Having good things happen by chance. I was lucky to find my lost wallet on the street. Lunar. Relating to the moon. We are celebrating the Lunar New Year with our family. Luxurious. Very comfortable and expensive. They stayed in a luxurious hotel by the beach. Mad. Very angry or mentally ill. My mother was mad at me for coming home late. Magic. Having special powers to make things happen. The children loved the magic tricks at the party. Magnetic. Able to attract metal objects. The door stays closed because of a magnetic strip. Magnificent. Very good, beautiful, or deserving praise. The view from the palace was magnificent. Main. Most important or largest. The main street was crowded with people and cars. Major. Very important or serious. There is a major problem with the computer system. Male. Relating to men or boys. The male bird has very bright and colorful feathers. Manual. Done with the hands instead of a machine. He does manual work on a farm every summer. Marginal. Small and not very important. There has been a marginal increase in the price of bread. Marine. Relating to the sea. We saw many different types of marine life at the aquarium. Married. Having a husband or wife. They have been married for 20 years. Martial. Relating to war or fighting. My brother is learning martial arts like karate. Marvelous. Extremely good or wonderful. We had a marvelous dinner at the new restaurant. Masculine. Having qualities typical of men. He has a very masculine voice. Massive. Very large in size, amount, or degree. The explosion caused massive damage to the building. Mathematical. Relating to mathematics. He solved the mathematical problem in just a few minutes. Mature. Behaving like an adult in a sensible way. She is very mature for her age and makes good decisions. Maximum. The largest amount or number that is possible. The maximum speed on this road is 60 miles per hour. Meager. Very small in amount or number. The hungry family had only a meager meal of bread and water. Mean. Unkind or not willing to share money. It was mean of him to shout at the little girl. Mechanical. Relating to machines or how they work. My brother is very good at fixing mechanical problems. Medical. Relating to medicine or the treatment of illness. You should seek medical help if the pain continues. Medieval. Relating to the period in history between 500 and 1500. We visited a medieval castle during our trip to Europe. Mediocre. Not very good, of average quality. The movie was mediocre and not as exciting as I expected. Mental. Relating to the mind or thinking. Reading books is good for your mental health. Mere. Used to emphasize how small or unimportant something is. The trip took a mere 20 minutes by train. Messy. Dirty or untidy. Your room is very messy, so please clean it up. Metallic. Made of or looking like metal. The car has a beautiful metallic paint. Microscopic. So small that it can only be seen with a microscope. The water contains microscopic animals that we cannot see. Middle. In the center of something. They live in the middle house on the street. Mild, not strong, severe, or extreme. The weather is very mild and pleasant today. Military. Relating to the Army, Navy, or Air Force. He wears a uniform because he is in the military service. Minimal. Very small in amount. The damage to the car was minimal after the small accident. Minor. Not very important or serious. I made a few minor mistakes on my English test. Miserable. Very unhappy or uncomfortable. He felt miserable after losing his favorite watch. Misleading. Giving a wrong idea or impression. The advertisement was misleading and the product was not good. Mobile. Able to move or be moved easily. Most people have a mobile phone these days. Moderate. Staying within reasonable limits, not extreme. You should do a moderate amount of exercise every day. Modern. Relating to the present time. I prefer modern furniture because it looks clean. Modest. Not talking too much about your own abilities. Despite being a famous singer, she is very modest. Moist. Slightly wet in a pleasant way. The cake was soft and moist. Monthly. Happening or done every month. I pay a monthly fee for my gym membership. Moral. Relating to what is right and wrong. He is a man of high moral standards. Mortal. Unable to live forever. All human beings are mortal and will die one day. Multiple. Involving many people or things. The man suffered multiple injuries in the car crash. Mutual. Felt or done by two or more people toward each other. Respect is important for a mutual friendship. Mysterious. Strange and not easy to understand. A mysterious man was standing outside our house last night. Naked. Not wearing any clothes. The little baby was running around naked in the house. Narrow. Small in width or not wide. The path through the forest was very narrow. Nasty. Very bad, unpleasant, or unkind. The food had a nasty smell and I couldn't eat it. National. Relating to a whole country. Today is a national holiday, so all the offices are closed. Native. Relating to the place where you were born. My native language is Korean, but I speak English too. Natural. Existing in nature and not made by people. It is natural to feel nervous before a big test. Naughty. Behaving badly or not obeying. The naughty boy drew pictures on the living room wall. Neat. Tidy and carefully arranged. She keeps her desk very neat and clean. Necessary. Needed in order to achieve something. It is necessary to wear a helmet when you ride a bike. Negative. Harmful, unpleasant, or showing a lack of hope. You should try to avoid negative thoughts. Negligent. Failing to take enough care in doing something. The driver was negligent and caused the accident. Nervous. Feeling worried or afraid. I felt very nervous during my first job interview. Neutral. Not supporting either side in an argument. I decided to stay neutral while my two friends were fighting. New. Recently made, built, or bought. I bought a new pair of shoes for the party. Nice. Pleasant, kind, or attractive. It was very nice of you to help me yesterday. Noble. Honest, brave, and kind. He is a man of noble character who helps everyone. Nocturnal. Active at night instead of during the day. Owls are nocturnal animals that hunt for food at night. Ability. The physical or mental power to do something. She has a great ability to learn new languages quickly. Absence. A time when someone is not in a place. His absence from the meeting was noticed by everyone. Abundance. A very large quantity of something. There was an abundance of food at the party. Acceptance. The act of agreeing to an offer or idea. Her acceptance of the new job made her very happy. Access. The right or opportunity to use or see something. You need a password to get access to the computer. Accident. Something bad that happens that is not intended. He had a small accident in his car this morning. Accommodation. A place to live or stay. The hotel provides excellent accommodation for tourists. Account. A report or description of an event. She gave a clear account of what happened at the scene. Accuracy. The quality of being correct and true. You should check the accuracy of the information before using it. Achievement. Something very good and difficult that you have done. Winning the race was a great achievement for him. Acid. A liquid substance that can burn things. You should be careful when handling this strong acid. Acquaintance. Someone you know but who is not a close friend. He is just an acquaintance from my college days. Action. The process of doing something. We need to take immediate action to solve the problem. Activity. Something that you do for interest or pleasure. Swimming is my favorite summer activity. Addition. Something that is added to something else. The new baby is a wonderful addition to our family. Address. The details of where a building is. Please write your home address on this form. Adjustment. A small change made to something. He made a slight adjustment to the chair to make it more comfortable. Administration. The people who manage an organization. The school administration decided to change the rules. Admiration. A feeling of respect for someone. I have a lot of admiration for her hard work. Admission. The money you pay to enter a place. The price of admission to the museum is $10. Adoption. The act of taking another person's child as your own. They decided to choose adoption to start a family. Adult. A person who is fully grown. You must be an adult to watch this movie. Advance. A movement forward or an improvement. There have been many advances in medical technology recently. Advantage. Something that helps you to be better than others. Speaking 2 languages is a big advantage in this job. Adventure. An exciting or dangerous experience. We had a great adventure during our trip to the forest. Advertisement. A picture or film that tells people to buy something. I saw an advertisement for a new phone on TV. Advice. Suggestions about what you should do. My father gave me some good advice about my career. Advocate. Someone who publicly supports an idea or person. She is a strong advocate for children's rights. Affair. A situation or set of related events. The meeting was a very formal affair. Affection. A feeling of liking for a person or place. He has great affection for his grandmother. Agency. A business that provides a particular service. We booked our trip through a local travel agency. Agenda. A list of matters to be discussed at a meeting. The first item on the agenda is the budget. Agent. A person who acts for or manages another person. The secret agent was sent on a dangerous mission. Aggression. Spoken or physical behavior that is threatening. The dog showed no aggression toward the children. Agreement. A decision that two or more people make together. They finally reached an agreement after a long talk. Agriculture. The work or business of farming. Most of the people in the village work in agriculture. Aid. Help or support. The country sent medical aid to the victims of the earthquake. Aim. A result that your plans or actions are intended to achieve. My main aim is to finish the project by Friday. Alarm. A device that makes a loud noise to warn of danger. The fire alarm went off in the middle of the night. Alcohol. Drinks such as wine, beer, or whiskey. You should not drive a car after drinking alcohol. Alert. A warning that a dangerous situation might happen. The government issued a weather alert for the storm. Alien. Someone who comes from another country or planet. The movie is about an alien who visits the Earth. Alliance. A group of countries or people who work together. The two companies formed an alliance to sell their products. Allowance. An amount of money that someone is given regularly. My parents give me a small weekly allowance. Ally. A country or person that helps you. England was a strong ally during the war. Alteration. A change, usually a slight change, in something. I need to make an alteration to my dress. Alternative. Something that you can choose instead of another. Is there an alternative to this expensive plan? Altitude. The height of an object above sea level. The plane was flying at a very high altitude. Amateur. Someone who does something for pleasure and not as a job. He is an amateur photographer who loves taking pictures of nature. Ambassador. An official who represents their country in a foreign country. He was appointed as the ambassador to France. Ambition. A strong wish to be successful or powerful. Her ambition is to become a famous doctor. Amount. A quantity of something. I need a small amount of sugar for the cake. Amusement. The feeling of being entertained or interested. We went to the park for our own amusement. Analysis. The process of studying something carefully. The scientists did an analysis of the water quality. Ancestor. A person in your family who lived a long time ago. My ancestors came to this country from China. Anger. The strong feeling you get when something bad happens. He found it difficult to control his anger. Angle. The space between two lines that meet each other. The table was placed at a strange angle. Animal. Any living thing that is not a plant. The lion is the king of the animals. Anniversary. A date on which an event took place in a previous year. They celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary yesterday. Announcement. A formal public statement. The company made an announcement about the new product. Anticipation. A feeling of excitement about something that is going to happen. The children waited for the party with great anticipation. Anxiety. A feeling of being worried or nervous. She felt a lot of anxiety about her final exam. Apology. Something that you say or write to say sorry. Please accept my apology for being late. Apparatus. A set of equipment or tools for a particular purpose. The laboratory is full of scientific apparatus. Appeal. A request for help or money. The charity made an appeal for food and clothes. Appearance. The way that someone or something looks. She cares a lot about her physical appearance. Appetite. The feeling that you want to eat food. The long walk gave me a big appetite for dinner. Applause. The sound of people hitting their hands together. The singer received loud applause after her performance. Appliance. A machine that is used in the house. A washing machine is a very useful household appliance. Applicant. A person who formally requests something, like a job. There were more than 50 applicants for the position. Application. A formal request for something. I sent my application for the new job yesterday. Appointment. A formal arrangement to meet someone. I have an appointment with the dentist at 3 o'clock. Appreciation. The act of recognizing or understanding that something is valuable. I want to show my appreciation for all your help. Approach. A way of doing or thinking about something. We need a new approach to solve this difficult problem. Approval. The feeling that something is good or acceptable. I need my father's approval to go on the trip. Archive. A collection of historical records or documents. You can find old newspapers in the city archive. Area. A particular part of a place or town. There are many shops in this area of the city. Argument. A situation in which people disagree angrily. They had a long argument about where to go for dinner. Army. A large group of soldiers who fight on land. He joined the army when he was 18 years old. Arrangement. A plan for how something will happen. I made an arrangement to meet my friend at the station. Arrival. The act of reaching a place. We waited for the arrival of the train from London. Art. Making beautiful things like paintings or statues. She is studying art at the local college. Article. A piece of writing in a newspaper or magazine. I read an interesting article about space travel today. Artifact. An object that was made in the past. The museum is full of ancient artifacts. Aspect. One part of a situation or problem. We should consider every aspect of the plan. Aspiration. Something that you hope to achieve. His aspiration is to travel around the world one day. Assault. A violent attack. The man was arrested for the assault on the guard. Assembly. A group of people who meet for a particular purpose. The students gathered in the hall for the morning assembly. Assessment. The process of judging the quality of something. The teacher did an assessment of our progress. Asset. Something that is valuable or useful. Good health is your greatest asset in life. Assignment. A piece of work that you are given to do. I need to finish my writing assignment by tomorrow. Assistance. Help or support. I need some assistance with these heavy bags. Association. An organization of people with a common purpose. He is a member of the local football association. Assumption. Something that you think is true although you have no proof. His assumption that I was rich was completely wrong. Assurance. A promise that something is true or will happen. The manager gave me an assurance that the work would be done. Atmosphere. The air around the earth or the feeling of a place. The atmosphere at the party was very friendly. Attachment. A feeling of love or a file sent with an email. Please see the attachment for more information. Attack. A violent act intended to hurt someone. The soldiers planned an attack on the enemy base. Attempt. The act of trying to do something. This was his third attempt to pass the driving test. Attendance. The number of people who are at an event. The attendance at the concert was very high. Attention. The act of listening to or looking at something carefully. Please pay attention to what I am saying. Attitude. The way that you think or feel about something. He has a very positive attitude toward his work. Attraction. Something that makes people want to go to a place. The Eiffel Tower is a famous tourist attraction in Paris. Audience. The group of people who watch or listen to a performance. The audience began to clap after the beautiful song. Author. A person who writes books or articles. She is the author of a famous book about history. Authority. The official power to make decisions or tell people what to do. The police have the authority to stop your car. Availability. The fact that something is possible to get or use. Please check the availability of rooms at the hotel. Average. The result you get by adding amounts and dividing by the number of amounts. The average of 3, 5, and 7 is 5. Award. A prize that you give to someone for something they have done. He received an award for his brave action. Awareness. Knowledge or understanding of a particular situation. The campaign aims to raise awareness of environmental problems. Background. The things that are behind the main objects in a picture. You can see the mountains in the background of the photo. Balance. A situation in which different things are equal. It is important to keep a balance between work and rest. Ban. An official order that prevents something from being done. There is a ban on smoking in this building. Barrier. Something that prevents people from moving or doing something. The high fence acts as a barrier between the two houses. Base. The lowest part of something. We started our hike from the base of the mountain. Basement. A room or area in a building that is under the ground. We keep all our old boxes in the basement. Basis. The most important facts or ideas from which something develops. Trust is the basis of a good friendship. Battle. A fight between two armies in a war. Many soldiers died in the long battle for the city. Beam. A line of light or a long piece of wood or metal. A beam of sunlight came through the small window. Behavior. The way that a person or animal acts. The teacher was happy with the good behavior of the students. Belief. A feeling that something is true or real. It is my firm belief that honesty is always the best policy. Benefit. An advantage or profit that you get from something. Regular exercise has many benefits for your health. Bias. A feeling that supports one group or idea in an unfair way. The news report showed a clear bias against the government. Bid. An offer to pay a particular amount of money for something. He made a high bid for the old painting at the auction. Bill. A piece of paper that shows how much money you owe. I need to pay the electricity bill by Friday. Biography. The story of a person's life written by another person. I am reading a biography of Steve Jobs. Bit. A small piece or amount of something. Can you give me a small bit of chocolate? Blame. The responsibility for something bad that has happened. He took the blame for the mistake even though it wasn't his fault. Block. A solid piece of something or a group of buildings. The children are playing with wooden blocks on the floor. Blood. The red liquid that flows through your body. The doctor took some blood to check my health. Board. A thin, flat piece of wood or a group of people who manage a company. The teacher wrote the homework on the board. Boast. Something that you are very proud of. It was his proud boast that he had never been late for work. Body. The whole physical structure of a person or animal. You should take care of your body by eating well. Bond. A close connection between people. There is a strong bond of friendship between the two men. Bonus. An extra amount of money that is given to you. The company gave a bonus to all the workers at the end of the year. Boom. A period of sudden growth or a loud sound. There has been a boom in the housing market recently. Boost. Something that helps or encourages something to increase. The good news gave a big boost to his confidence. Border. The line that separates two countries. We had to show our passports at the border. Bottom. The lowest part of something. The keys were at the bottom of my bag. Boundary. A line that marks the edge of an area. The river forms a natural boundary between the two farms. Branch. A part of a tree or a local office of a large business. The bird sat on a thin branch of the tree. Brand. A type of product made by a particular company. What brand of shoes do you usually wear? Breach. An act of breaking a law or a promise. Telling my secret was a serious breach of trust. Bread. A basic food made from flour and water. I usually have a slice of bread for breakfast. Breadth. The distance from one side of something to the other. The breadth of the river is about 20 meters. Break. A short period of rest. Let's take a 10-minute break before we continue. Breath. The air that you take into your lungs. Take a deep breath and try to relax. Breeze. A light and pleasant wind. A cool breeze blew through the open window. Bribe. Money or a gift given to someone to make them do something. The man offered a bribe to the police officer. Bridge. A structure that is built over a river or road. We walked across the bridge to get to the other side. Broadcast. A program on the radio or television. I missed the evening broadcast of the news. Broadness. The quality of being wide. The broadness of his shoulders made him look very strong. Brochure. A small book with information about something. I picked up a travel brochure about Hawaii. Budget. The amount of money that is available for a particular purpose. We need to stay within our budget for the trip. Burden. A duty or responsibility that is hard to deal with. The heavy tax is a big burden for small businesses. Business. The activity of making or selling goods for money. He opened a small business selling coffee. Cabinet. A piece of furniture with shelves or drawers. I put the clean dishes in the kitchen cabinet. Cable. A set of wires covered in plastic. The television is connected to the wall by a long cable. Calculation. The process of using numbers to find an amount. I made a quick calculation of the total cost. Calendar. A record of the days, weeks, and months of the year. Please mark the date on your calendar. Campaign. A planned group of activities intended to achieve a result. The city started a campaign to clean up the parks. Candidate. A person who is competing to get a job or elected. There are 3 candidates for the position of mayor. Canvas. A strong, heavy cloth used for making tents or paintings. The artist painted a beautiful landscape on the canvas. Capability. The ability or power to do something. This new computer has the capability to process data very fast. Capacity. The total amount that can be contained or produced. The stadium has a seating capacity of 50,000 people. Capital. The most important city in a country or money for starting a business. Seoul is the capital of South Korea. Caption. A short piece of text under a picture. Please write a caption for this photo in the book. Career. The job or series of jobs that you do during your life. She wants to have a career in medicine. Care. The process of protecting or looking after someone. The children are in the care of their grandmother today. Cargo. Goods that are carried by a ship or plane. The ship was carrying a cargo of oil and gas. Case. A particular situation or a container. In this case, you should follow the doctor's advice. Cash. Money in the form of notes or coins. I don't have any cash, so I will pay by card. Cast. The actors in a movie or play. The cast of the movie did a great job. Category. A group of people or things with similar qualities. You can find this book in the history category. Cause. The reason why something happens. The police are trying to find the cause of the accident. Caution. Great care and attention to avoid danger. You should drive with caution when the road is wet. Celebration. A special social event, such as a party. We had a big celebration for my mother's birthday. Celebrity. A famous person. There were many celebrities at the movie premiere. Cell. The smallest unit of a living thing or a small room in a prison. The human body is made of millions of cells. Ceremony. A formal event that is performed on a special occasion. We attended the wedding ceremony of my cousin. Certainty. The state of being completely sure. I can say with certainty that he will be here on time. Certificate. An official document that proves a fact. You will receive a certificate after you finish the course. Chain. A series of metal rings connected together. He used a chain to lock his bike to the fence. Challenge. Something new and difficult that requires effort. Learning a new language is a big challenge. Chamber. A room used for a special purpose. The meeting was held in the council chamber. Champion. A person who has won a competition. He is the world champion in swimming. Chance. The possibility that something will happen. There is a small chance of rain this afternoon. Change. The act of becoming different. There has been a big change in the weather. Channel. A television station or a passage for water. What channel is the football game on? Chapter. One of the parts that a book is divided into. I am reading the 3rd chapter of the book. Character. The qualities that make a person or a person in a book. He is a man of very strong character. Charge. The amount of money you have to pay for something. There is no charge for delivery. Charity. An organization that gives money or help to people who need it. She gives some money to a local charity every month. Charm. A quality that makes someone or something likable. The small town has a lot of quiet charm. Chart. A drawing that shows information in a simple way. The chart shows the increase in sales this year. Chase. The act of following someone to catch them. The police were in a high-speed chase after the thief. Check. The act of looking at something to see if it is correct. I need to do a quick check of my bags. Chemist. A person who studies or works with chemicals. The chemist is working on a new type of plastic. Choice. An act of choosing between different things. You have a choice between coffee and tea. Chronic. Continuing for a long time. He suffers from a chronic back problem. Circle. A round shape that is like a ring. The children sat in a circle on the floor. Circuit. A complete path that an electric current travels along. There is a problem with the electrical circuit in the kitchen. Circumstance. A fact or condition connected with an event or action. Under no circumstances should you open this door. Citizen. A person who is a member of a particular country. Every citizen has the right to vote in the election. City. A large and important town. New York is a very famous city in the United States. Civilization. A human society that has its own social organization and culture. We are studying the ancient civilization of Egypt. Claim. A statement that something is true although you have no proof. The company made a claim that their product is the best. Clarity. The quality of being clear and easy to understand. I liked the clarity of his explanation. Clash. A short fight or a situation where people disagree. There was a clash between the police and the protesters. Class. A group of students who are taught together. I have an English class at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Clause. A group of words in a sentence that contains a subject and a verb. A sentence can have more than one clause. Client. A person who uses the services of a professional person or organization. The lawyer is meeting with a new client this afternoon. Climate. The general weather conditions of a place. The climate in this area is very hot and dry. Clinic. A place where people go to receive medical treatment. I need to go to the dental clinic for a checkup. Closure. The act of closing something permanently. The closure of the factory caused many people to lose their jobs. Clue. A sign or some information that helps you find the answer to a problem. The police found a clue that helped them catch the thief. Coach. A person who trains a person or team in sport. The soccer coach was happy with the team's performance. Code. A system of words, letters, or symbols used instead of ordinary writing. You need to enter a 4-digit code to open the safe. Cognition. The mental process of knowing and understanding things. Scientists study human cognition to understand how we think. Coincidence. A situation in which two very similar things happen at the same time by chance. It was a coincidence that we met at the airport. Collaboration. The act of working together with other people. The project was a collaboration between two different schools. Collapse. The sudden failure of a system or organization. The collapse of the building was caused by an earthquake. Colleague. A person that you work with. I usually have lunch with my colleagues at the office. Collection. A group of objects of the same type. My brother has a large collection of old coins. Colony. A country or area controlled by a more powerful country. Korea was once a colony of Japan. Column. A tall, solid stone post used to support a building. The roof of the temple is supported by large stone columns. Combination. A mixture of two or more things. This drink is a combination of orange and apple juice. Comfort. The state of feeling physically relaxed and free from pain. I like this chair because it provides a lot of comfort. Command. An order given to a person or animal. The dog followed the command to sit down. Comment. Something that you say or write that expresses your opinion. He made a funny comment about my new hat. Commerce. The activities involved in buying and selling things. The city is a major center of international commerce. Commitment. A promise or firm decision to do something. You need a strong commitment to finish this difficult task. Committee. A group of people chosen to make decisions or deal with a particular subject. The committee will meet tomorrow to discuss the new rules. Commodity. A product that can be bought and sold. Coffee is an important commodity in many countries. Communication. The act of sharing information with other people. Good communication is essential for a successful marriage. Community. The people living in a particular area. The local community worked together to clean the park. Companion. A person or animal that you spend a lot of time with. My dog is a wonderful companion during my walks. Company. A business organization or the state of being with other people. He works for a large computer company in the city. Comparison. The act of looking at two or more things to see how they are similar or different. I made a comparison between the two cars before buying one. Compassion. A strong feeling of sympathy for people who are suffering. She showed great compassion for the poor people in the village. Compensation. Money that is paid to someone because they have been hurt. The company paid him compensation for his injury. Competence. The ability to do something well. The manager was impressed by the worker's competence. Competition. An event in which people try to be the best or win something. I entered a photography competition last month. Complaint. A statement that something is wrong or not good enough. The customer made a complaint about the cold food. Compliment. Something that makes something else seem better or complete. The red wine was a perfect complement to the meat. Completion. The act of finishing something. The project is near completion and will be done by Friday. Complexity. The state of having many parts and being difficult to understand. I was surprised by the complexity of the machine. Compliance. The act of obeying an order, rule, or law. All students must act in compliance with the school rules. Component. One of the parts that make up a machine or system. This machine has many small electronic components. Composition. The way in which the parts of something are arranged. We are studying the chemical composition of the water. Compound. A substance that is made of two or more elements. Water is a chemical compound made of hydrogen and oxygen. Compromise. An agreement where both sides give up something that they wanted. We finally reached a compromise after a long argument. Computer. An electronic machine that stores and processes data. I use my computer every day for work and play. Concentration. The ability to think carefully about something. It is difficult to maintain my concentration in a noisy room. Concept. An idea or a principle. The concept of time is difficult for small children to understand. Concern. A feeling of worry about a situation. My parents showed a lot of concern for my health. Concession. Something that you allow someone to have to end an argument. The government made a concession to the protesters. Conclusion. The final part of something or a decision reached by thinking. I reached the conclusion that he was telling the truth. Condition. The state that something or someone is in. The old car is still in very good condition. Conduct. The way that a person behaves. The boy received a prize for his excellent conduct at school. Conference. A large formal meeting where people discuss important matters. I attended a conference on global warming last week. Confidence. A feeling of being certain about something. She has a lot of confidence in her own ability. Conflict. A situation in which people or countries disagree strongly. The two countries are trying to avoid a military conflict. Confusion. A situation in which people do not understand what is happening. There was a lot of confusion after the sudden change in plans. Connection. A relationship or a link between two things. Is there a connection between the two accidents? Conscience. The part of your mind that tells you if what you are doing is right or wrong. He has a guilty conscience about lying to his friend. Consciousness. The state of being awake and aware of what is happening. The man regained consciousness an hour after the accident. Consensus. An agreement among all the people in a group. The team reached a consensus on how to finish the project. Consent. Permission for something to happen. You need your parents' consent to go on the school trip. Consequence. A result of a particular action or situation. You must be prepared for the consequences of your decision. Conservation. The protection of nature or old buildings. We should support the conservation of wild animals. Consideration. The act of thinking carefully about something. We will give your suggestion serious consideration. Consistency. The quality of always behaving or happening in a similar way. Consistency is important if you want to be a good athlete. Constraint. Something that limits what you can do. Financial constraints made it difficult for him to start a business. Construction. The act of building something. The construction of the new bridge will take 2 years. Consultant. A person who knows a lot about a subject and gives advice. He works as a management consultant for a large company. Consumer. A person who buys goods or services for their own use. Consumers are happy because the price of milk has gone down. Consumption. The act of using, eating, or drinking something. We should try to reduce our consumption of plastic. Contact. The act of communicating with someone. I am still in contact with my friends from high school. Container. A box or bottle that can be used for holding things. Please put the leftover food in a plastic container. Contemporary. A person who lives at the same time as someone else. Shakespeare and Marlowe were contemporaries. Content. The subject matter of a book or speech. I liked the content of his presentation very much. Contest. A competition to see who is the best at something. She won first prize in the singing contest. Context. The situation in which something happens and that helps you to understand it. You need to look at the word in context to understand its meaning. Continent. One of the 7 main areas of land on the Earth. Asia is the largest continent in the world. Continuity. The fact of something continuing for a long time without changing. There has been no continuity in the company's leadership. Contract. A legal agreement between 2 people or organizations. I signed a contract for my new job today. Contradiction. A big difference between 2 statements or ideas. There is a contradiction between what he says and what he does. Contrast. A noticeable difference between 2 people or things. There is a big contrast between the rich and the poor areas of the city. Contribution. Something that you do or give to help something be successful. He made a big contribution to the success of the project. Control. The power to make decisions or direct something. The pilot lost control of the plane during the storm. Controversy. A lot of disagreement or argument about something. The new law has caused a lot of controversy in the country. Convenience. The state of being useful or easy to use. I like living here because of the convenience of the shops. Convention. A large formal meeting or a traditional way of behaving. We attended a comic book convention in the city center. Conversation. A talk between 2 or more people. We had a long conversation about our future plans. Conversion. The process of changing from one form or system to another. The conversion from miles to kilometers is easy. Conviction. A very strong belief or an official decision that someone is guilty. It is my firm conviction that we should help the poor. Cook. A person who prepares and cooks food. My father is a very good cook and makes delicious meals. Cooperation. The act of working together with someone to achieve something. We need your cooperation to finish the work on time. Coordination. The act of making different parts of something work together well. The project requires good coordination between different departments. Copy. Something that is made to look exactly like something else. I made a copy of the report for everyone in the meeting. Core. The most important or central part of something. We need to get to the core of the problem to solve it. Corner. The place where 2 lines or surfaces meet. I put the lamp in the corner of the room. Corporation. A large company or group of companies. He works for a global corporation that sells computers. Correlation. A connection between 2 or more things. There is a strong correlation between smoking and lung cancer. Correspondence. The letters or emails that people send to each other. I have a lot of professional correspondence to answer today. Corridor. A long passage in a building with doors on each side. I walked down the long corridor to find the office. Corruption. Dishonest or illegal behavior by people in power. The people are protesting against the corruption in the government. Cost. The amount of money that you need to pay for something. The cost of living in this city is very high. Costume. A set of clothes worn by an actor or for a party. She wore a beautiful spider costume for Halloween. Council. A group of people chosen to manage a town or area. The city council decided to build a new park. Counsel. Advice or a lawyer who gives advice in court. He sought legal counsel before signing the contract. Count. The act of counting or the total number of something. The final count of the votes will be ready tomorrow. Counter. A long, flat surface in a shop or kitchen. I left my keys on the kitchen counter. Counterpart. A person or thing that has the same job as another in a different place. The Prime Minister met with his French counterpart today. Country. An area of land that has its own government and laws. Korea is a beautiful country with a long history. Couple. Two people who are married or in a relationship. The young couple is planning to buy a house next year. Courage. The ability to do something dangerous or difficult without fear. It took a lot of courage to tell the truth. Course. A series of lessons or the direction of something. I am taking an online course to learn how to code. Court. A place where legal trials happen or an area for sports. The judge entered the court and everyone stood up. Courtesy. Polite behavior and respect for others. It is common courtesy to say thank you for a gift. Cover. Something that is put over something else to protect it. Put a cover on the food to keep the flies away. Crack. A thin line on the surface of something that is broken. There is a small crack in the window glass. Craft. A skill in making things with your hands. He is learning the craft of making wooden furniture. Creation. The act of making something new. The creation of the new website took 3 months. Creativity. The ability to produce new and original ideas. This job requires a lot of creativity and imagination. Creator. A person who has made or invented something. He is the creator of a very popular mobile game. Creature. Any living thing that can move around. The deep ocean is full of strange and beautiful creatures. Credibility. The quality of being trusted and believed in. The news report lost its credibility after the mistake. Credit. A way of buying things and paying for them later. You can buy the car on credit and pay every month. Crime. An illegal act that is punished by law. Stealing is a serious crime and you will go to jail. Crisis. A time of great danger or difficulty. The country is facing a serious economic crisis. Criterion. A standard used for judging something. High test scores are the main criterion for the scholarship. Critic. A person whose job is to give an opinion about books or movies. The movie critic gave the film a very good review. Criticism. The act of saying that something is bad or wrong. He received a lot of criticism for his rude behavior. Crop. A plant such as grain or fruit that is grown by farmers. The rice crop was very good this year. Crowd. A large group of people who are together in one place. A large crowd gathered to watch the parade. Cruelty. Extremely unkind behavior that causes pain. We must stop all forms of cruelty to animals. Cruise. A holiday on a large ship. They are going on a cruise around the Mediterranean Sea. Cue. A signal for someone to do something. The actor waited for his cue to go on the stage. Culture. The habits, traditions, and beliefs of a society. I love learning about the different cultures of the world. Curiosity. A strong desire to know or learn something. Children have a lot of curiosity about the world around them. Currency. The system of money used in a particular country. The dollar is the official currency of the United States. Current. A movement of water or air in one direction. The ocean current is very strong at this beach. Curriculum. The subjects that are taught in a school or college. The school is adding more science to its curriculum. Curve. A line that bends and does not have straight parts. The road has a dangerous curve at the bottom of the hill. Custody. The legal right to look after a child. The mother was granted custody of the 2 children. Custom. A traditional way of behaving or doing something. It is a local custom to wear traditional clothes at the festival. Customer. A person who buys goods or services from a shop. The shop was full of customers during the sale. Cycle. A series of events that happen again and again in the same order. We are studying the life cycle of a butterfly. Damage. Physical harm that is caused to something. The storm caused a lot of damage to the roof. Danger. The possibility that someone will be harmed or killed. The sign warned us about the danger of falling rocks. Database. A large amount of information stored in a computer system. The company has a database of all its customers. Data. Information or facts that are collected to be studied. We are analyzing the data to find the answer. Date. A particular day of the month or year. What is the date of your birthday? Deadline. A time or day by which something must be finished. The deadline for the project is next Friday. Deal. An agreement or an arrangement. We made a deal to share the cost of the trip. Dean. The person in charge of a department in a college. I need to speak to the dean of the medical school. Debate. A formal discussion of a subject in which people express different opinions. There was a long debate about the new law. Debt. An amount of money that you owe to someone. He is trying to pay off his bank debt as soon as possible. Decade. A period of 10 years. The world has changed a lot in the last decade. Decay. The process of being destroyed by natural causes. The old wooden house is in a state of decay. Deceit. The act of hiding the truth to trick people. He was caught in his own web of deceit. Decision. A choice that you make after thinking. I made a decision to move to a different city. Declaration. An official or formal statement. The government made a declaration of war. Decline. A gradual decrease in the amount or quality of something. There has been a decline in the number of smokers. Decoration. Something that you use to make a place look more attractive. We put up Christmas decorations in the living room. Decrease. A reduction in the amount or number of something. There was a decrease in sales last month. Decree. An official order from a government or leader. The king issued a decree to lower the taxes. Dedication. The willingness to give a lot of time and energy to something. Her dedication to her work is very impressive. Deduction. The process of reaching a conclusion by using facts. Through a process of deduction, he found the killer. Deed. Something that you do or a legal document. He was rewarded for his brave deed. Defeat. A situation in which you lose a game or a battle. The team suffered a heavy defeat in the final. Defect. A fault or a mistake in something. The car was returned because of a technical defect. Defense. The act of protecting someone or something. The army is responsible for the defense of the country. Deficiency. A lack of something that is necessary. A deficiency of vitamin C can cause health problems. Deficit. The amount by which something is too small. The company has a large budget deficit this year. Definition. A statement that explains the meaning of a word. You can find the definition of the word in the dictionary. Degree. A unit for measuring temperature or an award from a college. Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. Delay. A period of time when you have to wait for something. There was a long delay at the airport because of the fog. Delegation. A group of people who represent a country or organization. A delegation of business leaders visited the factory. Delight. A feeling of great pleasure and happiness. The children opened their presents with great delight. Delivery. The act of taking things to a person's house or office. We are waiting for the delivery of our new sofa. Demand. A strong request for something. There is a high demand for electric cars these days. Democracy. A system of government in which people choose their leaders by voting. We live in a democracy where everyone has a voice. Denial. A statement that something is not true. The politician issued a denial of the rumors. Density. The number of people or things in a particular area. The population density of this city is very high. Departure. The act of leaving a place. Please check the departure time of your flight. Dependence. The state of needing someone or something for help. He is trying to reduce his dependence on his parents. Deposit. An amount of money that you pay into a bank account. I made a deposit of $500 this morning. Depression. A feeling of great sadness or a period of low economic activity. He suffered from depression after losing his job. Depth. The distance from the top to the bottom of something. The depth of the pool is 2 meters. Description. A piece of writing or speech that says what something is like. Can you give me a description of the man you saw? Desert. A large area of land with very little water and plants. The Sahara is the largest hot desert in the world. Design. A drawing or plan of something before it is made. I like the modern design of this building. Desire. A strong wish to have or do something. He has a strong desire to travel around the world. Despair. A feeling of having no hope. She was in despair after failing the exam for the 3rd time. Destination. The place where someone or something is going. It took us 10 hours to reach our destination. Destruction. The act of destroying something. The fire caused the total destruction of the forest. Detail. A small part or a piece of information about something. Please tell me every detail of what happened. Detection. The act of noticing or discovering something. Early detection of the disease is very important for a cure. Determination. The ability to continue trying to do something difficult. His determination helped him win the marathon. Developer. A person or company that creates new products or buildings. The software developer is working on a new mobile app. Development. The process of growing or changing into something better. This area has seen a lot of economic development recently. Device. A machine or tool that does a particular job. A smartphone is a very useful electronic device. Diagram. A simple drawing that explains how something works. The teacher drew a diagram to show how the heart works. Dialect. A form of a language spoken in a particular area. He speaks a local dialect that is hard to understand. Dialogue. A conversation between 2 or more people. The movie has very funny dialogue between the characters. Diameter. The length of a straight line through the center of a circle. The diameter of the wheel is 60 centimeters. Diary. A book in which you write your daily thoughts. She writes in her diary every night before bed. Diet. The food that you eat every day. A healthy diet includes plenty of fruit and vegetables. Difference. The way in which 2 people or things are not the same. What is the difference between these 2 phones? Difficulty. The state of being hard to do or understand. I had some difficulty finding your house in the dark. Diffusion. The process of spreading something over a wide area. The diffusion of ideas happened quickly through the internet. Digestion. The process of breaking down food in the stomach. Walking after a meal can help with your digestion. Dignity. A calm and serious manner that deserves respect. She kept her dignity even in a very difficult situation. Dilemma. A situation where you have to make a difficult choice. I am in a dilemma about which job to choose. Dimension. The size of something in a particular direction. We need to measure the dimensions of the room for the new carpet. Dinner. The main meal of the day, eaten in the evening. We are having chicken and rice for dinner tonight. Diplomat. A person who represents their country in a foreign country. The diplomat worked hard to keep peace between the nations. Direction. The way that someone or something is moving. Which direction should I go to get to the station? Director. A person who is in charge of a movie or a company. The director of the film won an award for his work. Disadvantage. Something that makes a situation more difficult. One disadvantage of living in a city is the noise. Disagreement. A situation in which people have different opinions. There was a strong disagreement about the new rules. Disappearance. The act of someone or something going away suddenly. The police are investigating the disappearance of the cat. Disaster. A sudden event that causes a lot of damage. The earthquake was a huge disaster for the small town. Discipline. The practice of training people to obey rules. You need a lot of self-discipline to exercise every day. Disclosure. The act of making secret information known. The disclosure of the secret documents shocked the public. Discount. A reduction in the usual price of something. I got a 10% discount on this new jacket. Discourse. A long and serious discussion or piece of writing. The professor gave a long discourse on ancient history. Discovery. The act of finding something for the first time. The discovery of gold changed the history of the area. Discrepancy. A difference between two things that should be the same. There is a discrepancy between the two bank reports. Discretion. The right or ability to make your own decision. You can use your own discretion to choose the best time. Discrimination. Treating a group of people unfairly. There should be no discrimination based on race or gender. Discussion. The act of talking about something with other people. We had a long discussion about our summer plans. Disease. An illness caused by infection or poor health. Smoking can cause many different types of heart disease. Disguise. Something that you wear to hide your appearance. He wore a wig and glasses as a disguise. Disgust. A strong feeling of dislike or disapproval. She looked at the dirty room with a look of disgust. Dish. A container for food or a particular type of food. My favorite Italian dish is spaghetti carbonara. Disk. A flat, round object used for storing computer data. I saved the photos onto a small disk. Dismissal. The act of telling someone they must leave their job. His dismissal from the company was very sudden. Disorder. A state of untidiness or physical illness. The room was in a state of complete disorder after the party. Display. A collection of objects arranged for people to look at. There is a beautiful display of flowers in the park. Disposal. The act of getting rid of something. The city is responsible for the disposal of waste. Dispute. An argument or disagreement between people. The two neighbors had a dispute about the fence. Distance. The amount of space between two places. The distance between my house and the school is 2 kilometers. Distinction. A difference between two similar things. There is a clear distinction between a bird and a bat. Distraction. Something that stops you from paying attention. The loud music was a big distraction while I was studying. Distress. A feeling of great worry or unhappiness. The news of the accident caused her a lot of distress. Distribution. The act of sharing things among a group of people. The distribution of food to the poor began this morning. District. A particular area of a town or country. This district is famous for its expensive shops and cafes. Disturbance. Something that interrupts what you are doing. I'm sorry for the disturbance, but I have a question. Diversity. The fact of many different types of things or people. The diversity of wild animals in the forest is amazing. Dividend. A part of a company's profit that is paid to shareholders. The company paid a high dividend to its investors this year. Division. The act of separating something into parts. The division of the money caused an argument among the brothers. Divorce. The legal end of a marriage. After 10 years of marriage, they decided to get a divorce. Doctor. A person who is trained to treat sick people. You should see a doctor if you feel ill. Document. An official piece of paper with information. Please sign your name at the bottom of the document. Domain. An area of interest or an internet address. That subject is outside my domain of knowledge. Domesticity. Life at home with a family. He enjoys the quiet domesticity of his life in the country. Dominance. The state of being more powerful than others. The big company has total dominance in the market. Donation. Money or things that you give to help a charity. I made a small donation to the local hospital. Donor. A person who gives money or blood to help others. The hospital is looking for a blood donor for the patient. Dose. An amount of medicine that you take at one time. You should take 1 dose of this medicine twice a day. Doubt. A feeling of being not sure about something. I have some doubt about whether he is telling the truth. Draft. A piece of writing that is not yet in its final form. I wrote a first draft of my essay this morning. Drainage. The system of water or waste flowing away. The city needs a better drainage system to prevent floods. Drama. A play or a movie that is serious. We watched a very interesting drama on television last night. Drawer. A part of a piece of furniture that slides out. I keep my socks in the top drawer of the desk. Drawing. A picture made with a pencil or pen. The child made a beautiful drawing of a house. Dream. A series of thoughts that happen during sleep. I had a very strange dream about flying last night. Dress. A piece of clothing worn by women or girls. She bought a beautiful blue dress for the wedding. Drill. A tool for making holes or a regular practice. I used a drill to put a hole in the wall. Drink. A liquid that you swallow. Would you like a cold drink after your long walk? Drive. The act of driving a car or a strong desire. It is a long drive from here to the capital city. Driver. A person who drives a vehicle. The taxi driver was very friendly and helpful. Drop. A small amount of liquid or a fall. A single drop of rain fell on my face. Drug. A chemical substance used as a medicine or illegally. The doctor prescribed a new drug for her cold. Drum. A musical instrument that you hit with sticks. He plays the drums in a rock band. Dualism. The state of having 2 different parts. Many people believe in the dualism of the mind and body. Duration. The amount of time that something lasts. The duration of the movie is about 2 hours. Dust. Very small pieces of dirt-like powder. The old books were covered in a thick layer of dust. Duty. Something that you must do because it is right or legal. It is your duty to look after your parents. Dwelling. A house or a place where someone lives. The ancient people lived in small stone dwellings. Dynamic. The way in which people or things behave and react. We are studying the group dynamic of the team. Eagerness. A feeling of being very excited to do something. The children showed great eagerness to open their presents. Eagle. A large and powerful bird with sharp eyes. We saw a golden eagle flying high in the sky. Ear. The part of the body that you hear with. I have a small pain in my left ear. Earth. The world that we live on or the ground. The earth moves around the sun once a year. Earthquake. A sudden shaking of the ground. The earthquake caused a lot of damage to the buildings. Ease. The state of being comfortable and without difficulty. He passed the exam with great ease. Echo. A sound that is heard again as it reflects off a surface. I heard the echo of my voice in the empty cave. Ecology. The relationship between living things and their environment. We are studying the ecology of the local forest. Economy. The system by which a country's money is made and used. The country's economy is growing very fast this year. Edge. The outer point or line of something. Don't stand too close to the edge of the cliff. Edition. A particular form of a book or newspaper. I have the latest edition of the English dictionary. Editor. A person who is in charge of a newspaper or book. The editor decided to change the title of the article. Education. The process of teaching and learning in a school. Every child has the right to a good education. Effect. A change that is caused by an action or cause. The new law will have a big effect on small businesses. Efficiency. The quality of working well without wasting time. The new machine will improve the efficiency of the factory. Effort. The physical or mental energy needed to do something. It takes a lot of effort to learn a new language. Ego. Your idea or opinion of yourself. He has a very big ego and thinks he is the best. Elaboration. The addition of more detail to something. Your plan is good, but it needs more elaboration. Election. The process of choosing a leader by voting. The presidential election will take place next month. Electricity. A form of energy used for lighting and heating. We use electricity to power our computers and lights. Element. A basic part of something. Trust is a very important element of a good friendship. Elevator. A machine that carries people up and down in a building. I took the elevator to the 10th floor. Embarrassment. The feeling of being shy or ashamed. He turned red with embarrassment when he made a mistake. Embassy. The official building of an ambassador in a foreign country. I need to go to the embassy to get a visa. Emergency. A serious and dangerous situation that needs immediate action. You should call the police in case of an emergency. Emotion. A strong feeling such as love, fear, or anger. It is natural to feel a lot of emotion during a wedding. Emphasis. Special importance given to something. The teacher put a lot of emphasis on learning the new words. Empire. A group of countries ruled by a single person or government. We are studying the history of the Roman Empire. Employee. A person who is paid to work for someone else. The company has more than 100 employees. Employer. A person or company that pays people to work for them. My employer is very kind and gives us many benefits. Employment. The state of having a paid job. It is difficult to find employment in this small town. Emptiness. The state of containing nothing. She felt a sense of emptiness after all her friends left. Encounter. A meeting, especially one that is sudden or unexpected. I had a brief encounter with a famous actor today. Encouragement. Words or actions that give someone hope or confidence. My parents gave me a lot of encouragement to study hard. End. The final part of something. I stayed until the end of the movie. Endurance. The ability to do something difficult for a long time. Running a marathon requires a lot of physical endurance. Enemy. A person who hates you or wants to harm you. The two countries have been enemies for many years. Energy. The power and ability to be physically or mentally active. I don't have enough energy to go for a run today. Engagement. An agreement to get married or an arrangement to do something. They announced their engagement at the party last night. Engine. The part of a vehicle that makes it move. The car won't start because there is a problem with the engine. Engineer. A person whose job is to design or build machines. My brother is an engineer who builds bridges. Enjoyment. The feeling of enjoying something. I read books for my own personal enjoyment. Enterprise. An organization, a business, or a difficult project. Starting your own business is a very risky enterprise. Entertainment. Shows, movies, or games that people enjoy. The city offers a lot of free entertainment in the park. Enthusiasm. A feeling of energetic interest and excitement. The children showed great enthusiasm for the trip. Entity. Something that exists as a single and separate unit. The two companies will become a single legal entity. Entrance. A door or gate that you go through to enter a place. Please wait for me at the main entrance of the building. Entry. The act of entering a place or a piece of information in a list. You need a ticket for entry to the museum. Envelope. A flat paper container for a letter. I put the letter in an envelope and mailed it. Environment. The air, water, and land in which people live. We must work together to protect the environment. Envy. The feeling of wanting something that someone else has. He couldn't hide his envy of his friend's new car. Episode. One part of a story or television program. I missed the last episode of my favorite drama. Equality. The right of different groups of people to have the same treatment. We are fighting for equality between men and women. Equation. A mathematical statement that shows two amounts are equal. Can you solve this difficult math equation? Equator. The imaginary line around the middle of the Earth. The weather is very hot near the equator. Equipment. The tools or machines needed for a particular activity. You need special equipment to go mountain climbing. Equity. The quality of being fair or the value of a company. Equity in education is a very important goal. Equivalent. Something that has the same amount or value as another. $10 is the equivalent of about 13,001. Era. A period of time in history that is special. We are living in a new digital era. Erosion. The fact of soil or rock being destroyed by wind or water. The heavy rain caused a lot of soil erosion on the hill. Error. A mistake. I made a small error in my calculations. Escape. The act of getting away from a dangerous place. The prisoner made a daring escape from the jail. Essay. A short piece of writing on a particular subject. I have to write an essay about my summer vacation. Essence. The most important quality or part of something. The essence of the plan is to save as much money as possible. Establishment. The act of starting an organization or a business. The establishment of the new school was a great success. Estate. A large area of land or all the money a person leaves when they die. He inherited a large estate from his grandfather. Esteem. Respect and admiration for someone. She is held in high esteem by all her colleagues. Estimate. A guess of what the size or amount of something might be. The official estimate of the cost is $1 million. Eternity. Time that never ends. The wait for the bus felt like an eternity. Ethics. A system of moral principles or rules. Medical ethics prevent doctors from sharing private information. Ethnicity. A particular race or cultural group. The city has people of many different ethnicities. Evacuation. The act of moving people from a dangerous place to a safe one. The police ordered an immediate evacuation of the building. Evaluation. The act of judging or calculating the quality of something. The teacher did an evaluation of our progress. Evening. The part of the day between the afternoon and the night. I usually watch television in the evening. Event. Anything that happens, especially something important. The wedding was a very happy event for the family. Evidence. Anything that helps to prove that something is true. The police have no evidence that he committed the crime. Evolution. The process of gradual change and development. We are studying the evolution of humans in science class. Exaggeration. The act of making something seem larger or better than it is. It is an exaggeration to say that everyone was crying. Examination. A formal test of your knowledge or a physical check. I have an English examination tomorrow morning. Example. Something that is used to show what you mean. Can you give me another example of this word? Exception. Someone or something that is not included in a rule. Everyone must pay for a ticket, with no exceptions. Excess. An amount that is more than what is needed. An excess of sugar in your diet is bad for your health. Exchange. The act of giving something and receiving something else. We had an exchange of ideas during the meeting. Excitement. A feeling of being very happy and eager. The children were full of excitement on Christmas morning. Exclusion. The act of not including someone or something. The exclusion of his name from the list was a mistake. Excuse. A reason that you give to explain why you did something wrong. He made an excuse for being late to the meeting. Execution. The act of doing something or the act of killing a prisoner. The execution of the plan was very successful. Executive. A person who has an important job as a manager in a company. He is a senior executive at a large bank. Exercise. Physical activity that you do to stay healthy. I do some exercise every morning before breakfast. Exhibition. A collection of objects shown to the public. We went to see an exhibition of modern art. Existence. The state of being real or living. The existence of life on other planets is still a mystery. Exit. A door or way out of a place. Please use the emergency exit if there is a fire. Expansion. The act of increasing in size or amount. The company is planning a major expansion into Europe. Expectation. A feeling that something good is going to happen. The team has high expectations of winning the game. Expenditure. The total amount of money that a person or government spends. We need to reduce our monthly expenditure on food. Expense. The money that you spend on something. Buying a new car is a very big expense. Experience. Knowledge or skill that you get from doing something. She has a lot of experience in teaching children. Experiment. A scientific test to find out how something works. The scientists are doing an experiment to test the new drug. Expert. A person with a lot of skill or knowledge in something. He is an expert in computer technology. Expertise. High level of knowledge or skill in a particular area. This job requires a lot of technical expertise. Expiration. The end of a period of time. Please check the expiration date on the milk bottle. Explanation. The act of making something clear or easy to understand. Can you give me an explanation of how this machine works? Exploration. The act of traveling to a place to learn about it. Space exploration is a very expensive project. Explosion. The act of something bursting with a loud noise. The explosion of the bomb broke many windows. Export. A product that is sold to another country. Cars are one of the main exports of South Korea. Exposure. The state of having no protection from something. Exposure to the sun for too long can burn your skin. Expression. A look on your face or a particular word or phrase. He had a happy expression on his face. Extension. An extra part that is added to something. We are building an extension to our house. Extent. The size or importance of something. I don't know the full extent of the damage yet. Exterior. The outside part of something. The exterior of the house is painted white. Extinction. A situation in which a type of animal stops existing. Many animals are facing extinction because of climate change. Extraction. The process of removing something. The extraction of oil from the ground is a difficult process. Extraordinary. Something that is very unusual or special. He has an extraordinary talent for playing the guitar. Extreme. A situation or quality that is very great. She goes to the extreme to keep her house clean. Eye. The part of the body that you see with. She has beautiful blue eyes. Fabric. Cloth or the basic structure of something. The curtains are made of a heavy cotton fabric. Face. The front part of the head or the surface of something. She had a big smile on her face. Facility. A place or piece of equipment provided for a particular purpose. The sports facility has a swimming pool and a gym. Fact. Something that is known to be true. It is a fact that the earth moves around the sun. Factor. One of the things that cause a result. Hard work is a main factor in his success. Factory. A building where goods are made in large numbers. He works in a factory that makes cars. Faculty. A natural ability or a department in a college. He has a great faculty for learning languages. Failure. A situation in which you do not succeed. The project was a failure because we didn't have enough money. Faith. A strong belief or trust in someone or something. I have total faith in my doctor's advice. Fall. The act of dropping down or the season of autumn. He had a bad fall and broke his leg. Fame. The state of being known by many people. He achieved international fame as a great singer. Familiarity. The state of knowing something very well. Her familiarity with the city helped us find the hotel easily. Family. A group of people who are related to each other. I spent the weekend with my family in the country. Fan. A person who admires a famous person or a sport. He is a big fan of the local football team. Fantasy. A situation that is imagined and not real. The movie is a dark fantasy about a hidden world. Fare. The price you pay to travel by bus, train, or plane. The bus fare has gone up again this year. Farm. An area of land used for growing crops or keeping animals. My uncle lives on a small farm with 10 cows. Fashion. A popular style of clothes or behavior. She always follows the latest fashion in clothes. Fate. A power that is believed to control what happens. It was fate that we met again after many years. Father. A male parent. My father is a teacher at the local high school. Fault. A mistake or a physical problem in something. It was my fault that we missed the train. Favor. Something that you do to help someone. Can you do me a favor and carry this bag? Fear. A strong feeling of being afraid. She has a great fear of spiders. Feast. A large and special meal for many people. We had a great feast to celebrate the wedding. Feather. One of the soft things that cover a bird's body. The bird lost a small blue feather on the grass. Feature. A typical quality or an important part of something. The new phone has many interesting features. Federation. A group of organizations or states that are joined together. The International Football Federation made a new rule. Fee. An amount of money that you pay for a professional service. You have to pay an entrance fee to get into the museum. Feedback. Information about how good a piece of work is. The teacher gave me some helpful feedback on my essay. Feeling. An emotion or a physical sensation. I have a feeling that something good is going to happen. Fellow. A person in the same group or situation. He is a fellow student at my college. Felony. A serious crime such as murder. He was arrested for a felony and sent to jail. Fence. A structure made of wood or metal around an area. The dog jumped over the garden fence. Ferry. A boat that carries people and cars across a river. We took the ferry to get to the island. Festival. A series of special events or performances. We went to a music festival in the park last summer. Fiber. A thin thread of a natural or artificial substance. Cotton is a natural fiber used to make clothes. Fiction. Stories about people and events that are not real. I love reading science fiction books about the future. Field. An area of land for crops or a subject of study. The cows are eating grass in the green field. Fight. The act of using physical force against someone. The two boys got into a fight at school today. Figure. A number or the shape of a person's body. The final sales figures for the year are very good. File. A collection of information or a folder. I saved the file on my computer desktop. Film. A movie or a thin layer of something. We went to see a very interesting film last night. Filter. A piece of equipment used to remove dirt from a liquid. You should use a water filter to make the water clean. Final. The last game or exam in a series. Our team reached the final of the football competition. Finance. The management of large amounts of money. He is studying finance at the university. Finding. Information that has been discovered as a result of a study. The findings of the research were very surprising. Fine. An amount of money you pay for breaking a law. I had to pay a fine for parking in the wrong place. Finger. One of the 5 long parts at the end of the hand. He cut his finger while he was cooking dinner. Fire. The heat and light from burning something. We sat around the fire to keep warm. Firm. A company or business. He works for a famous law firm in the city center. Fish. An animal that lives and breathes in water. There are many colorful fish in the lake. Fitness. The state of being physically healthy and strong. He goes to the gym every day to improve his fitness. Flag. A piece of cloth with a special design that represents a country. The national flag of Korea is called taegukgi. Flame. A hot bright stream of burning gas. The flame of the candle danced in the wind. Flash. A sudden bright light. There was a sudden flash of lightning in the dark sky. Flat. A set of rooms for living in, usually on one floor. They live in a small flat in the center of London. Flavor. The particular taste of a food or drink. I love the flavor of fresh strawberries. Fleet. A group of ships or vehicles. The company has a large fleet of delivery trucks. Flexibility. The ability to change or bend easily. This job offers a lot of flexibility in working hours. Flight. A journey in a plane. The flight to New York took 10 hours. Flood. A large amount of water that covers an area. The heavy rain caused a flood in the basement. Floor. The surface of a room that you walk on. Please don't leave your clothes on the floor. Flour. A powder made from grain used for baking. I need some flour to make the bread. Flow. The movement of a liquid or gas. The flow of the river is very fast after the rain. Flower. The colorful part of a plant. She picked a beautiful flower from the garden. Flu. A common illness that causes a fever and cough. He is at home today because he has the flu. Fluid. A substance that can flow easily like a liquid. You should drink plenty of fluids when you are sick. Focus. The center of interest or activity. The main focus of the meeting was the new budget. Fog. A thick cloud of small water drops near the ground. The fog was so thick that I couldn't see the road. Folder. A cover for keeping loose papers together. I put all my notes in a blue folder. Folk. People in general. The local folk were very friendly to the tourists. Food. Something that people and animals eat. My favorite food is spicy chicken with rice. Foot. The part of the body at the bottom of the leg. He has a small injury on his left foot. Force. Physical power or energy. The force of the wind broke several trees. Forecast. A statement of what is likely to happen in the future. The weather forecast says it will rain tomorrow. Foreigner. A person from another country. There are many foreigners living in this city. Forest. A large area of land covered with trees. We went for a long walk in the forest. Form. A type of something or an official document. Please fill out this application form. Formalization. The act of making something official. The formalization of the agreement will take place tomorrow. Formation. The act of forming something or the way it is shaped. We are studying the formation of clouds in science class. Formula. A mathematical rule or a set of chemical symbols. The chemical formula for water is H2O. Fortune. A large amount of money or luck. He made a fortune by selling his company. Foundation. The basic idea or the lowest part of a building. Trust is the foundation of a good relationship. Fountain. A structure that sends water into the air. The children are playing near the fountain in the park. Fragment. A small piece that has broken off something. The floor was covered in fragments of broken glass. Frame. The structure that goes around the edge of a picture. I bought a wooden frame for my family photo. Framework. A supporting structure or a set of rules. The new law provides a framework for environmental protection. Fraud. The crime of getting money by tricking people. He was arrested for credit card fraud. Freedom. The right to do what you want. Every person deserves to have freedom and equality. Frequency. The number of times that something happens. The frequency of the buses has increased this month. Friction. The force that makes it difficult for one surface to move over another. The friction between the tires and the road helps the car stop. Friend. A person you know well and like. I am going to meet a friend for coffee this afternoon. Friendship. A relationship between friends. Our friendship has lasted for more than 20 years. Fright. A sudden feeling of fear. You gave me a real fright when you jumped out like that. Front. The part of something that is furthest forward. I sat in the front of the bus. Fruit. The part of a plant that contains seeds and is eaten. Apples and oranges are my favorite types of fruit. Fuel. A substance that is burned to provide heat or power. The car ran out of fuel in the middle of the road. Fulfillment. A feeling of pleasure because you have achieved something. Helping others gives her a great sense of fulfillment. Function. The purpose or job of something. The main function of the heart is to pump blood. Fund. An amount of money saved for a particular purpose. We started a fund to buy new books for the library. Fundamental. A basic rule or principle. You need to learn the fundamentals of grammar before writing. Funeral. A ceremony for a person who has died. Many people attended the funeral to say goodbye. Furniture. Objects such as chairs, tables, and beds. We bought some new furniture for our living room. Future. The time that will come after the present. No one knows what will happen in the future. Gain. An increase in something such as size or amount. There was a slight gain in the company's profits this year. Gallery. A room or building for showing works of art. We went to a photo gallery in the city center. Gamble. A risky action done in the hope of success. Starting the business was a gamble, but it worked. Game. An entertaining activity or sport. Let's play a game of chess after dinner. Gap. An empty space between two things. There is a small gap between the door and the wall. Garage. A building where you keep your car. He is fixing his bike in the garage. Garden. An area of land where flowers and plants are grown. She spends every weekend working in her garden. Garment. A piece of clothing. This expensive garment is made of pure silk. Gas. A substance like air that is burned as fuel. I need to stop and get some gas for the car. Gate. A door in a fence or an outside wall. Please close the garden gate when you leave. Gathering. A party or meeting of many people. We had a small family gathering for my birthday. Gear. The equipment needed for a particular activity. I packed all my camping gear in the trunk. Gender. The state of being male or female. The application form asks for your name and gender. Generalization. A general statement based on only a few facts. It is a generalization to say that all cats hate water. Generation. All the people of about the same age. This new technology is very popular with the younger generation. Generosity. The quality of being kind and sharing. We were surprised by the generosity of the local people. Genius. A person who is extremely intelligent or creative. Einstein was a scientific genius. Genre. A particular style or type of art or music. My favorite genre of movies is romantic comedy. Geography. The study of the Earth's surface and countries. In geography class, we learned about the rivers of Asia. Gesture. A movement of the hands or head to express an idea. He made a friendly gesture with his hand. Ghost. The spirit of a dead person. Do you believe that ghosts live in this old house? Gift. Something that you give to someone. I bought a small gift for my mother. Girl. A female child. The little girl is playing with her doll. Glance. A quick look. I took a quick glance at my watch to check the time. Glass. A hard transparent substance used for windows. Be careful not to break the glass. Gloom. A feeling of sadness or partial darkness. The failure of the project brought a sense of gloom to the office. Glory. Great admiration or praise for an achievement. He returned home in glory after winning the race. Glove. A piece of clothing that covers your hand. You should wear gloves to protect your hands from the cold. Glue. A sticky substance used for joining things together. I used some glue to fix the broken toy. Goal. Something that you hope to achieve. My goal is to speak English fluently by next year. Gold. A valuable yellow metal. She wore a beautiful ring made of solid gold. Goodness. The quality of being good and kind. I believe in the basic goodness of people. Goods. Items that are made to be sold. The shop sells many different types of leather goods. Government. The group of people who rule a country. The government is planning to build a new hospital. Governor. A person in charge of an organization or a state. The governor made a speech about the new budget. Grace. A quality of moving in a smooth and attractive way. The dancer moved across the stage with great grace. Grade. A level of quality or a score in an exam. He got a high grade on his science test. Grain. a seed from a plant such as rice or wheat. The farmers are harvesting the grain in the fields. Grammar. The rules of a language. You need to study grammar to speak correctly. Grandness. The quality of being large and impressive. We were amazed by the grandness of the palace. Grant. An amount of money given by the government for a purpose. She received a grant to study at a famous university. Grass. A common green plant that grows on the ground. I like the feeling of fresh grass under my feet. Gratitude. The feeling of being grateful and saying thank you. I want to express my gratitude for your kind help. Grave. A place in the ground where a dead person is buried. We put some flowers on my grandfather's grave. Gravity. The force that pulls objects toward the earth. Gravity makes things fall to the ground. Greed. A strong desire for more money or food than you need. The man's greed caused him many problems. Grief. A feeling of great sadness when someone dies. She was overcome with grief after her cat died. Grocery. A shop that sells food and small household items. I need to go to the grocery to buy some milk. Ground. The surface of the earth. I sat on the ground to have a rest. Group. A number of people or things that are together. A small group of students was waiting outside. Growth. An increase in size or number. There has been a lot of growth in the city recently. Guarantee. A promise that something will be done or fixed. The new TV comes with a 1-year guarantee. Guard. A person who protects a place or person. A security guard is standing at the entrance. Guess. An opinion that you give without being sure. My guess is that it will take 2 hours. Guest. A person who is invited to visit a home or event. We have 2 guests staying with us this weekend. Guidance. Help or advice given to someone. I need some guidance on how to use this machine. Guide. A person who shows the way to others. The tour guide told us many interesting stories. Guilt. A feeling of worry because you have done something wrong. He felt a lot of guilt about lying to his friend. Guitar. A musical instrument with strings. He plays the guitar in a local band. Habit. Something that you do often and regularly. Biting your nails is a very bad habit. Habitat. The natural environment of an animal or plant. The forest is the natural habitat of many birds. Hair. The thin threads that grow on your head. She has long, dark hair. Hall. A room or passage in a building. We waited in the hall for the meeting to start. Hand. The part of the body at the end of the arm. Please wash your hands before you eat. Handful. An amount of something that you can hold in one hand. He picked up a handful of sand from the beach. Handling. The way that someone deals with a situation. Her handling of the difficult customer was very professional. Happiness. The feeling of being happy. I wish you a lifetime of happiness and love. Harbor. An area of water on the coast where ships stay. Several large boats are sitting in the harbor. Hardship. A difficult situation or lack of money. They faced many hardships during the cold winter. Hardware. The physical parts of a computer system. You need to update your hardware to play this game. Harm. Physical or mental injury or damage. The storm did no harm to our house. Harmony. A state of living or working together peacefully. We should try to live in harmony with nature. Harvest. The time when crops are cut and collected. The farmers are very busy during the harvest season. Haste. Great speed in doing something. In his haste to leave, he forgot his umbrella. Hat. A piece of clothing that you wear on your head. He wore a warm hat to protect his head from the snow. Hate. A very strong feeling of dislike. There was a look of hate in his eyes. Hatred. A very strong feeling of hate. The war was caused by deep hatred between the two groups. Hazard. Something that is dangerous and likely to cause damage. Smoking is a serious health hazard. Head. The part of the body that contains the brain. He wore a helmet to protect his head. Headache. A pain in the head. I have a bad headache and need to lie down. Headline. The title of a news story in a newspaper. I read the headlines on the front page today. Health. The state of being well and not sick. You should eat well to maintain your health. Hearing. The ability to hear sounds. My grandfather's hearing is not as good as it used to be. Heart. The organ that pumps blood or the center of something. My heart was beating fast after the run. Heat. The quality of being hot. I love the heat of the sun in the summer. Heaven. A place where some people believe they go after death. Many people believe that good people go to heaven. Height. The distance from the bottom to the top of something. He is about average height for his age. Heir. A person who receives money or a title when someone dies. He is the heir to a very large fortune. Hell. A place where some people believe bad people go after death. In some stories, hell is described as a very hot place. Helmet. A hard hat that protects your head. You must wear a helmet when you ride a motorcycle. Help. The act of helping someone. Thank you for all your help with my homework. Hemisphere. One half of the earth. Korea is located in the northern hemisphere. Herb. A plant used in cooking or medicine. I added some fresh herbs to the soup. Heritage. The traditions and culture of a country. We should be proud of our national heritage. Hero. A person who is admired for their courage. The firefighter was a hero for saving the child. Hesitation. The act of pausing before doing something. He answered the question without any hesitation. Highlight. The most important or exciting part of something. The highlight of the trip was visiting the Grand Canyon. Highway. A main road, especially one that connects towns or cities. We drove along the highway for 3 hours to reach the beach. Hint. A small piece of information that helps you guess something. He gave me a hint about my birthday present. Historian. A person who studies or writes about history. The historian explained how the city has changed over time. History. The study of past events. I enjoy learning about world history and ancient civilizations. Hobby. An activity that you enjoy doing in your free time. My favorite hobby is playing the piano. Hold. The act of holding something or a space for cargo. The climber lost his hold and fell a short distance. Hole. An empty space in an object or the ground. There is a small hole in my favorite pair of socks. Holiday. A period of time when you do not go to work or school. We are going to Italy for our summer holiday this year. Home. The house or apartment where you live. I am so tired that I just want to go home and sleep. Honesty. The quality of being honest and telling the truth. I appreciate your honesty about the mistake you made. Honor. Great respect or a prize given to someone. It is a great honor to meet the president of the company. Hope. A feeling of wanting something to happen. We have high hope that the weather will be sunny tomorrow. Horizon. The line where the earth or sea seems to meet the sky. The sun slowly disappeared below the horizon. Horror. A strong feeling of shock or fear. She looked at the accident with a look of horror. Horse. A large animal that people ride or use for pulling heavy things. He learned how to ride a horse when he was a child. Hospital. A place where sick or injured people are treated. My sister works as a doctor in a large hospital. Host. A person who invites guests to a meal or party. Our host made us feel very welcome in his home. Hostility. Unfriendly or aggressive behavior. There was a lot of hostility between the two rival teams. Hotel. A building where you pay to stay in a room. We stayed in a beautiful hotel right by the ocean. Hour. A period of time that lasts 60 minutes. The meeting lasted for 1 hour and 30 minutes. House. A building that people live in. They are planning to buy a new house in the suburbs. Household. All the people who live together in one house. Every household in the village received a letter. Housing. Buildings for people to live in. The city needs more affordable housing for young families. Human. A person. All humans need food, water, and air to survive. Humanity. All people as a group or the quality of being kind. The doctor showed great humanity in his treatment of the poor. Humidity. The amount of water in the air. The high humidity made the air feel very sticky and hot. Humor. The ability to find things funny. He has a great sense of humor and always makes me laugh. Hunger. The feeling of wanting to eat food. Many children in the world still suffer from hunger. Hunt. The act of chasing and killing animals for food or sport. The lions are on a hunt for food in the grass. Hurry. The act of moving or doing something quickly. I was in a hurry and forgot to lock the door. Hurt. Physical pain or emotional pain. I can see the hurt in her eyes after the argument. Husband. The man that a woman is married to. Her husband works as an engineer in a factory. Hygiene. The practice of keeping yourself and your surroundings clean. Good personal hygiene is important for staying healthy. Hypothesis. An idea that is suggested as an explanation for something. The scientists are testing a new hypothesis about space. Ice. Water that has frozen and become solid. Put some ice in my drink to make it cold. Idea. A suggestion or a plan for doing something. I have a good idea for our next weekend trip. Ideal. A perfect example of something. Peace and equality are the high ideals of our society. Identification. The act of recognizing who or what something is. Please show your identification at the entrance. Identity. Who a person is or the qualities of a person. She felt like she was losing her identity in the new city. Ideology. A set of beliefs or principles. We are studying the political ideology of different countries. Idiom. A group of words with a special meaning. Break a leg is a common English idiom that means good luck. Ignorance. A lack of knowledge or information. Her rude comment was caused by simple ignorance. Illness. The state of being sick. He missed a week of school because of a serious illness. Illusion. Something that seems to be different from what it really is. The magician created the illusion that he was flying. Illustration. A picture in a book or an example. The book is full of beautiful illustrations of animals. Image. A picture or the way someone is perceived. The company is trying to improve its public image. Imagination. The ability to form pictures or ideas in your mind. You need a lot of imagination to write a good story. Imitation. The act of copying someone or something. The bag is not real leather, it is just a cheap imitation. Immigrant. A person who comes to live in a foreign country. My neighbor is an immigrant from Italy. Impact. The effect that a person or situation has on something. The new law will have a big impact on the environment. Impatience. The feeling of being annoyed because of waiting. I could see his impatience as the bus was late again. Impediment. Something that makes it difficult for someone to do something. The lack of money was a major impediment to his studies. Implementation. The act of starting to use a plan or system. The implementation of the new rules will begin tomorrow. Implication. A result or effect that seems likely to happen. We should consider the implications of our decision. Importance. The quality of being important. My parents always told me the importance of education. Import. A product that is bought from another country. Oil is a major import for many countries. Impression. An opinion or feeling that you have about someone. My first impression of the city was very positive. Imprisonment. The state of being in prison. He was sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment for the crime. Improvement. The process of making something better. There has been a big improvement in his English speaking skills. Impulse. A sudden strong wish to do something. I had a sudden impulse to buy the expensive watch. Incentive. Something that encourages you to work harder. The company offered a cash incentive to the best worker. Incident. An event that is either unpleasant or unusual. The police are investigating the incident that happened last night. Inclination. A feeling that makes you want to do something. I have no inclination to go out in the rain today. Inclusion. The act of including someone or something. The inclusion of the new player made the team stronger. Income. The money that you receive for your work. He is looking for a job with a higher monthly income. Inconsistency. A situation where things do not match or stay the same. There are several inconsistencies in his story. Increase. A rise in amount, number, or size. There has been an increase in the price of bread. Independence. The state of being free from control. The country celebrated its independence with a big parade. Index. An alphabetical list of names or subjects in a book. You can find the topic in the index at the back of the book. Indication. A sign that something exists or is likely to happen. There are no indications that the problem will be solved soon. Indicator. Something that shows what a situation is like. The stock market is often an indicator of the economy. Individual. A single person. Every individual has the right to express their opinion. Industry. The companies and activities involved in making things. The car industry provides jobs for many people. Inequality. A situation in which some people have more rights or money. We are working to reduce social inequality in our city. Infection. A disease caused by germs or bacteria. You should clean the wound to prevent an infection. Inflation. A general increase in prices. The high rate of inflation is making everything more expensive. Influence. The power to have an effect on people or things. My teacher had a big influence on my life. Information. Facts or details about something. You can find more information about the hotel on their website. Infrastructure. The basic systems of a country, like roads and bridges. The government is investing in the country's infrastructure. Ingredient. One of the things that you use to make a food. What are the ingredients for this delicious cake? Inhabitant. A person who lives in a particular place. The city has more than 10 million inhabitants. Inheritance. Money or property that you receive from someone when they die. He bought a house with his inheritance. Initial. The first letter of a name. Please write your initials at the bottom of the page. Initiative. The ability to judge what needs to be done and do it. She showed a lot of initiative in solving the problem. Injection. The act of putting a drug into the body using a needle. The nurse gave the patient an injection of medicine. Injury. Physical damage to a person's body. He suffered a serious leg injury during the football game. Injustice. A situation in which people are treated unfairly. We must fight against injustice and discrimination. Ink. A colored liquid used for writing or printing. I need some black ink for my printer. Innocence. The state of not being guilty of a crime. He worked hard to prove his innocence in court. Innovation. A new idea, design, or method. The company is famous for its technical innovation. Input. Help, ideas, or information that you give to a project. We need your input to finish the plan on time. Inquiry. The act of asking for information. The police are making an inquiry into the cause of the fire. Insect. A small animal with 6 legs and often wings. An ant is a very common type of insect. Insight. A clear and deep understanding of something. Her book provides a great insight into Chinese culture. Insistence. The act of demanding that something must happen. He came with us because of his mother's insistence. Inspection. The act of looking at something carefully to check it. The building passed the safety inspection yesterday. Inspiration. A sudden good idea or something that gives you ideas. The beautiful mountains were an inspiration for his painting. Installation. The act of putting something in place so it is ready to use. The installation of the new software will take 10 minutes. Instance. An example of a particular situation. This is just one instance of his kindness toward others. Instinct. A natural way of behaving without thinking. The mother bird has a strong instinct to protect her babies. Institution. A large and important organization. The university is a well-known educational institution. Instruction. Something that tells you how to do something. Please read the instructions carefully before using the machine. Instructor. A person who teaches a skill or a sport. The driving instructor was very patient with me. Instrument. A tool or an object used for playing music. The violin is a very difficult musical instrument to learn. Insult. A rude remark that is intended to hurt someone. His comment about her clothes was a real insult. Insurance. An agreement to pay a company for protection against loss. You must have car insurance to drive on the road. Intake. The amount of something that you take into your body. You should reduce your daily intake of sugar. Integrity. The quality of being honest and having strong morals. He is a man of great integrity who never tells a lie. Intellect. The ability to understand and think in an intelligent way. She has a sharp intellect and learns things very quickly. Intelligence. The ability to learn and understand things. Modern computers have a high level of artificial intelligence. Intensity. The quality of being very strong or extreme. The intensity of the light made it hard to see. Intent. A clear purpose or plan. He entered the room with the intent to tell everyone the truth. Intention. Something that you want or plan to do. My original intention was to stay home and rest. Interaction. The act of talking or doing things with other people. Social interaction is important for mental health. Interest. The feeling of wanting to know about something. She has a great interest in learning about space. Interface. The way a computer program presents information to a user. The software has a very simple and friendly user interface. Interference. The act of getting involved in a situation without being asked. I don't like his interference in my private business. Interior. The inside part of something. The interior of the car is made of brown leather. Interpretation. An explanation of the meaning of something. Every person has a different interpretation of the poem. Interruption. Something that stops an action for a short time. I'm sorry for the interruption, but you have a phone call. Interval. A period of time between two events. There was a short interval between the two parts of the concert. Intervention. An action taken to improve a situation. The government's intervention helped to lower the prices. Interview. A formal meeting to ask questions. I have a job interview at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Intimacy. A state of having a very close relationship. The small room created a feeling of intimacy among the guests. Introduction. The act of making someone known to others. My teacher gave me a short introduction to the new student. Intuition. A feeling that something is true without any proof. My intuition told me that something was wrong. Invasion. The act of an army entering another country by force. The invasion of the country caused a long war. Invention. Something that has never been made before. The telephone was a very important invention. Inventory. A detailed list of all the things in a place. The shop owner is taking an inventory of all the goods. Investment. The act of putting money into something for profit. Buying the house was a very good investment for the future. Investor. A person who puts money into a project or company. The company is looking for a new investor to help it grow. Invitation. A request to go to a party or an event. I received an invitation to my friend's wedding. Involvement. The act of taking part in an activity. He was rewarded for his involvement in the local community. Iron. A hard silvery gray metal or a tool for making clothes smooth. The gate is made of heavy black iron. Irony. A situation that is strange because it is the opposite of what you expect. The irony is that the fire station burned down. Island. A piece of land surrounded by water. Jeju is a very beautiful island in South Korea. Isolation. The state of being alone or separate from others. Many people felt a sense of isolation during the pandemic. Issue. A subject or problem that people discuss. Climate change is a very important global issue. Item. A single thing that is part of a list or group. Please check every item on the shopping list. Jacket. A short coat with sleeves. I wore a warm jacket because it was cold outside. Jail. A place where criminals are kept as a punishment. He was sent to jail for 3 years for stealing money. Jam. A sweet food made from fruit or a situation where things are stuck. I like to put strawberry jam on my toast. Jar. A glass container with a lid. There is a large jar of cookies on the kitchen table. Jealousy. The feeling of being angry because someone has something you want. His success caused a lot of jealousy among his friends. Jewel. A precious stone such as a diamond. The queen wore a crown decorated with many jewels. Jewelry. Decorative objects such as rings or necklaces. She spent a lot of money on expensive gold jewelry. Job. The work that you do to earn money. He is looking for a part-time job for the summer. Joint. A place where two bones or parts are joined. He has a lot of pain in his knee joint. Joke. Something that you say to make people laugh. My father told a very funny joke at dinner. Journal. A serious magazine or a diary. He wrote about his daily life in a small journal. Journalism. The work of collecting and writing news stories. She wants to study journalism and become a reporter. Journalist. A person who writes for newspapers or magazines. The journalist asked the politician many difficult questions. Journey. A long trip from one place to another. It was a long and tiring journey across the country. Joy. A feeling of great happiness. The birth of their first child brought them great joy. Judge. A person who decides cases in a court of law. The judge decided that the man was not guilty. Judgment. An opinion or decision that you make. You should use your own judgment to decide what is right. Juice. The liquid that comes from fruit or vegetables. I usually have a glass of orange juice with breakfast. Junction. A place where two or more roads or railways meet. Turn left at the next junction to get to the station. Jungle. A large area of tropical forest with many trees. Tigers and monkeys live in the deep jungle. Jury. A group of people who decide if someone is guilty in court. The jury took 3 hours to reach a decision. Justice. Fairness or the system of laws. We are fighting for social justice and equality for everyone. Justification. A good reason for doing something. There is no justification for his rude behavior. Kettle. A container used for boiling water. I put the kettle on to make some tea. Key. A piece of metal used to open a lock. I can't find the key to my front door. Kick. The act of hitting something with your foot. He gave the ball a powerful kick. Kid. A child or a young goat. The kids are playing happily in the park. Kidney. One of the 2 organs in the body that clean the blood. He needed a surgery because of a problem with his kidney. Killer. A person or thing that kills. The police are still searching for the mysterious killer. Kilogram. A unit for measuring weight. 1 kilogram is equal to 1,000 grams. Kind. A type or a group of things. What kind of music do you like listening to? King. A male ruler of a country. The king lived in a large and beautiful palace. Kingdom. A country that is ruled by a king or queen. England was once a very powerful kingdom. Kiss. The act of touching someone with your lips. She gave her mother a quick kiss on the cheek. Kitchen. The room where you cook food. My mother is making dinner in the kitchen. Knee. The middle part of the leg where it bends. He hurt his knee while playing soccer yesterday. Knife. A tool with a sharp blade used for cutting. Use a sharp knife to cut the meat. Knight. A soldier of high rank in medieval times. The knight wore heavy armor and rode a horse. Knot. A place where 2 pieces of string are tied together. I tied a tight knot in the rope so it wouldn't slip. Knowledge. The information and skills that you have learned. He has a lot of knowledge about ancient history. Label. A piece of paper that gives information about an object. Please check the price label on the bottle. Labor. Practical work that involves physical effort. Building the wall required a lot of hard manual labor. Laboratory. A room used for scientific work or experiments. The scientists are working in the chemistry laboratory. Lack. A situation in which you do not have enough of something. The plants died because of a lack of water. Ladder. A piece of equipment used for climbing up things. I used a ladder to reach the high shelf. Lake. A large area of water surrounded by land. We went fishing at the lake last weekend. Lamb. A young sheep or its meat. We had roasted lamb for our Sunday dinner. Land. The surface of the earth that is not sea. The plane landed safely on the dry land. Landscape. Everything you can see when you look across an area of land. The mountain landscape was absolutely beautiful. Lane. A narrow road or a marked part of a wide road. The bus was driving in the slow lane of the highway. Language. The system of communication used by a country. English is a global language spoken by many people. Laptop. A small computer that you can carry easily. I take my laptop to the cafe to do my work. Laser. A powerful beam of light. The doctor used a laser to perform the eye surgery. Law. A rule made by the government. You must follow the law or you will be punished. Lawyer. A person whose job is to give legal advice. I need to speak to a lawyer about my contract. Layer. An amount of something that covers a surface. There was a thin layer of dust on the table. Lead. A soft heavy gray metal or the position of being ahead. The runners are competing for the lead in the race. Leader. A person who manages or controls a group. He is a natural leader who inspires everyone on the team. Leadership. The set of skills needed to be a good leader. The company needs strong leadership to succeed. Leaf. The flat green part of a plant. In the fall, the leaves on the trees turn red and yellow. Leaflet. A small printed sheet of paper that gives information. I picked up a leaflet about the city's museum. League. A group of sports teams that play against each other. Our local team is at the top of the league. Leak. A hole that allows liquid or gas to escape. There is a small leak in the water pipe under the sink. Lean. The act of sloping in one direction. The old tower has a slight lean to the left. Leap. A big jump or a sudden change. That is a giant leap for the company's growth. Learning. The process of getting knowledge or skills. Online tools can make learning more interesting for students. Lease. A legal agreement to use something for a period of time. We signed a 2-year lease for our new apartment. Leather. The skin of an animal that is used to make things. I bought a pair of high-quality leather boots. Leave. A period of time when you are away from work. He is on sick leave because he hurt his back. Lecture. A formal talk about a subject to a group of people. I attended an interesting lecture on modern art. Left. The side of your body that is toward the west when you face north. Turn to the left at the next corner. Leg. One of the parts of the body used for standing and walking. He broke his leg while he was skiing. Legacy. Something that is part of your history or that remains from the past. The beautiful building is a legacy of the ancient empire. Legend. A very old and famous story or a very famous person. The legend of King Arthur is known by many people. Legislation. A law or a set of laws. The government is planning to introduce new environmental legislation. Legitimacy. The quality of being legal or acceptable. People questioned the legitimacy of the election results. Leisure. The time when you are not working and can relax. I enjoy painting and reading in my leisure time. Lemon. A yellow fruit with a sour taste. I like to put a slice of lemon in my tea. Length. The measurement of how long something is. What is the length of this table in centimeters? Lens. A piece of curved glass used in glasses or cameras. I need to clean the lens of my camera. Lesson. A period of time when you learn something. I have a piano lesson every Tuesday afternoon. Letter. A written message or a sign in an alphabet. I wrote a letter to my grandmother yesterday. Level. The height or amount of something. The water level in the river is very high today. Liability. The state of being legally responsible for something. The company has a large financial liability to its workers. Liberty. The freedom to live as you wish. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and happiness. Library. A room or building where books are kept. I often go to the library to study in silence. License. An official document that gives you permission to do something. You must have a driver's license to drive a car. Lid, a cover for a container. Put the lid back on the jar when you are finished. Lie. A statement that you know is not true. He told a lie to his parents about where he was. Life. The period between birth and death. She has lived a long and very happy life. Lift. A machine that carries people up and down or an act of lifting. We took the lift to the top floor of the hotel. Light. The brightness that comes from the sun or a lamp. Turn on the light so we can see better. Lightning. A bright flash of light in the sky during a storm. The old tree was hit by lightning last night. Likelihood. The chance that something will happen. There is a strong likelihood of rain this evening. Limb. An arm or a leg of a person or animal. The accident caused a serious injury to his left limb. Limit. The greatest amount or level that is possible. There is a speed limit of 60 kilometers on this road. Limitation. A rule or fact that limits something. We must work within the limitations of our small budget. Line. A long, thin mark or a row of people. Please sign your name on the bottom line. Link. A connection between two things. Scientists have found a link between diet and health. Lip. One of the two soft parts around the mouth. She put some red lipstick on her lips. Liquid. A substance that flows freely like water. Orange juice is a type of liquid. List. A series of names or things written down. I made a list of all the things I need to buy. Literacy. The ability to read and write. The government is working to improve the literacy of the people. Literature. Written works such as novels, plays, and poems. He is a professor of English literature at the university. Litigation. The process of taking an argument to a court of law. The two companies are involved in a long litigation. Liver. A large organ in the body that cleans the blood. Drinking too much alcohol can damage your liver. Load. A heavy amount of something that is being carried. The truck was carrying a heavy load of bricks. Loan. An amount of money that you borrow from a bank. He took out a loan to buy a new car. Lobby. A large area near the entrance of a building. I will meet you in the hotel lobby at 6 o'clock. Location. A particular place or position. The hotel is in a perfect location near the beach. Lock. A device that keeps a door or box closed. I put the key in the lock and turned it. Logic. A way of thinking that is sensible and correct. There is no logic in what he is saying. Logo. A special design used by a company as its symbol. I like the simple logo of that computer company. Loneliness. The state of being unhappy because you are alone. He suffered from loneliness after his best friend moved away. Look. The act of looking at someone or your appearance. She gave me a long look but said nothing. Loop. A shape like a curve or circle made by a line. He made a loop with the piece of string. Lord. A man of high rank or a powerful ruler. The Lord lived in a large castle on the hill. Loss. The state of no longer having something. The company suffered a heavy financial loss this year. Lot. A large amount or a particular group of things. There were a lot of people at the concert. Love. A strong feeling of liking someone very much. Their love for each other has lasted for 50 years. Luck. Good things that happen to you by chance. I wish you the best of luck with your exam tomorrow. Lunch. A meal that you eat in the middle of the day. I usually have a sandwich for lunch at the office. Lung. One of the two organs in the chest used for breathing. Smoking is very bad for your lungs. Luxury. Great comfort and expensive things. They live a life of luxury in a big house with a pool. Machine. A piece of equipment with moving parts that does work. This machine is used for making plastic bottles. Machinery. A group of large machines. The factory has a lot of modern machinery for making cars. Magazine. A thin book with stories and photos that is published regularly. I like reading fashion magazines in my free time. Magic. Special powers that can make impossible things happen. The children were amazed by the magician's magic. Magistrate. An official who acts as a judge in a low court. The magistrate decided that the man should pay a fine. Magnitude. The great size or importance of something. We didn't realize the magnitude of the problem at first. Mail. Letters and parcels that are sent by post. I checked the mail but there was nothing for me. Main. The largest or most important part. The main reason I am here is to see you. Maintenance. The work that is done to keep something in good condition. The maintenance of the old building is very expensive. Majesty. A title used for a king or queen or great beauty. The mountains have a quiet majesty in the winter. Majority. More than half of a total number. The majority of the students passed the English test. Maker. A person or company that makes something. He is a famous maker of traditional wooden furniture. Makeup. Substances that you put on your face to improve your appearance. She spends a lot of time putting on her makeup. Male. A man or a boy. The male birds are usually more colorful than the females. Man. An adult male human. A tall man was standing outside the shop. Management. The act of controlling or organizing something. The company is under new management this year. Manager. A person who is in charge of a business or team. I need to speak to the manager of the store. Mandate. An official order to do something. The government has a mandate to improve the school system. Manifestation. A sign that shows something clearly. His success is a manifestation of his hard work. Manner. The way in which something is done or happens. He has a very polite and friendly manner. Manufacturer. A company that produces goods in large numbers. The car manufacturer is building a new factory. Manuscript. A copy of a book before it is printed. The author sent his manuscript to the publisher. Map. A drawing of an area or a country. We used a map to find our way around the city. Marathon. A long race of about 42 kilometers. He is training hard to run his first marathon. Margin. The empty space at the side of a page. Please write your notes in the margin of the book. Mark. A small area of dirt or a score in a test. He got a high mark for his history essay. Market. A place where people buy and sell goods. I bought some fresh fruit at the local market. Marketing. The activity of encouraging people to buy a product. The company spent a lot of money on marketing. Marriage. A legal relationship between two people. They have a very happy and successful marriage. Mass. A large amount of something or the amount of matter in an object. A huge mass of clouds appeared in the sky. Masterpiece. A work of art such as a painting that is excellent. The Mona Lisa is a world-famous masterpiece. Match. A sports game or a small stick for making fire. I am going to watch a football match tonight. Material. A physical substance that things can be made from. Wood is a natural material used for making furniture. Mathematics. The study of numbers, shapes, and amounts. I was never very good at mathematics when I was at school. Matter. A situation or the physical substance of something. It is a matter of time before we find the answer. Maturity. The state of being fully grown or behaving like an adult. He showed a lot of maturity in dealing with the problem. Maximum. The largest amount or number that is possible. The maximum speed on this road is 100 kilometers per hour. Mayor. The person who is the leader of a city or town. The mayor made a speech about the new city park. Meal. An occasion when food is eaten, or the food which is eaten. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Mean. The average of a set of numbers. The mean temperature for this month is higher than last year. Meaning. The thing or idea that a word or sign represents. I don't understand the meaning of this English word. Measurement. The act of measuring something or its size. We need an exact measurement of the window for the curtains. Meat. The flesh of an animal used as food. I don't eat meat because I am a vegetarian. Mechanic. Someone who is skilled at repairing machines or cars. The mechanic fixed the engine of my car in an hour. Mechanism. A part of a machine or a set of rules for a process. The locking mechanism on the door is broken. Medal. A small metal disc given as a prize in a competition. She won a gold medal in the swimming race. Media. The various ways of communicating information, such as TV and newspapers. The news media reported on the sudden storm. Mediation. The process of helping people to reach an agreement. The dispute was settled through mediation instead of a trial. Medicine. A substance used for treating illness or the study of it. Take this medicine twice a day after meals. Medium. A way of expressing something or a middle size. English is a great medium for international communication. Meeting. An occasion when people come together to discuss something. I have a very important meeting with my boss at 2 p.m. Melody. A sequence of musical notes that is pleasant to hear. The song has a very beautiful and simple melody. Member. A person or thing that belongs to a group. He is a member of the local sports club. Membership. The state of belonging to a group or organization. You need to pay a fee to renew your membership. Memo. A short written message to someone in the same office. I sent a memo to the team about the schedule change. Memory. The ability to remember things or a specific thought from the past. I have a very good memory for names and faces. Mention. A brief remark or the act of speaking about something. He made no mention of the problem during the talk. Mentor. An experienced person who gives help and advice to another. My professor was a great mentor during my university years. Menu. A list of food and drinks that you can order in a restaurant. Can I see the dessert menu, please? Mercy. Kindness and forgiveness shown to someone. The prisoner asked the judge for mercy. Merit. The quality of being good and deserving praise. We will choose the best student based on their own merit. Message. A piece of information that you send to someone. I left a message on your phone this morning. Metal. A hard, usually shiny substance such as gold or iron. The gate is made of heavy black metal. Metaphor. An expression that describes a person or object by referring to something else. Time is money is a very common metaphor. Method. A particular way of doing something. Scientists are testing a new method for cleaning the water. Methodology. A system of methods used in a particular area of study. We need to follow a clear methodology for our research. Microphone. A piece of equipment used to make sounds louder or to record them. Please speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you. Microscope. A device that makes very small things look larger. We used a microscope to look at the cells in science class. Microwave. An electric oven that cooks food very quickly. I'll heat up the soup in the microwave for a minute. Middle. The central part of something. I woke up in the middle of the night. Might. Great power or strength. He tried to open the heavy door with all his might. Migration. The movement of people or animals from one place to another. We are studying the seasonal migration of birds. Mile. A unit for measuring distance, about 1.6 kilometers. The nearest gas station is 5 miles from here. Military. The armed forces of a country. He decided to join the military after finishing high school. Milk. A white liquid produced by cows or other animals for food. I always put a little milk in my coffee. Mill, a factory where a particular substance is produced. My grandfather used to work in a local paper mill. Mind. The part of a person that makes them able to think and feel. It is important to keep a positive mind during difficult times. Mineral. A valuable or useful substance that is dug out of the ground. Vegetables are a good source of vitamins and minerals. Minimum. The smallest amount or number that is possible. You need a minimum of 5 people to start the game. Minister. A person in charge of a government department. The education minister visited our school today. Ministry. A government department in some countries. She works for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Minority. A small part of a group that is less than half. Only a minority of people voted against the new plan. Minute. A period of time that lasts 60 seconds. The train will arrive in 10 minutes. Miracle. A very lucky event that is surprising and unexpected. It was a miracle that nobody was hurt in the accident. Mirror. A piece of special glass in which you can see yourself. She looked at herself in the mirror before leaving. Mischief. Behavior that is slightly bad but not intended to cause harm. The children are always getting into some kind of mischief. Misery. A feeling of great sadness or suffering. The war brought nothing but misery to the people. Misfortune. Bad luck or an unlucky event. He had the misfortune of losing his wallet on the first day of his trip. Mission. An important job that someone is sent to do. The astronauts are on a mission to explore Mars. Mistake. Something that you do or think that is wrong. I made a small mistake in my math homework. Mix, a combination of different things. This drink is a mix of apple and orange juice. Mixture. A substance made by mixing other substances together. Put the flour and water together to make a smooth mixture. Mobility. The ability to move freely or easily. Regular exercise helps to improve your joint mobility. Mode. A particular way of doing something. You can change the camera to night mode for better photos. Model. A person or thing that is a good example to follow. He is a great role model for younger students. Moderation. The quality of doing something in a sensible way without going to extremes. You should eat sweets in moderation to stay healthy. Modernization. The act of making something modern. The city is undergoing a rapid modernization of its transport system. Modification. A small change made to something. We made a few modifications to the original plan. Moisture. Very small drops of water in the air or on a surface. The plants absorb moisture from the soil through their roots. Molecule. The smallest unit of a chemical substance. Water is made of molecules containing hydrogen and oxygen. Moment. A very short period of time. Wait just a moment, I'll be right back. Momentum. The force or speed of an object in motion. The project is starting to gain momentum now. Money. The coins or notes used to buy things. I need to save some money for my summer vacation. Monitor. A person who checks something or a computer screen. The teacher asked a student to be the class monitor. Monk. A member of a group of religious men who live together. The monk lives a very simple and quiet life in the temple. Monkey. An animal with a long tail that lives in trees. We saw many monkeys during our trip to the jungle. Monopoly. Complete control of something by one person or company. The large company has a monopoly on the local water supply. Monster. An imaginary creature that is large and frightening. The child was afraid there was a monster under his bed. Month. One of the 12 periods that a year is divided into. My birthday is next month. Monument. A structure built to remember an important person or event. The statue is a monument to the soldiers who died in the war. Mood. The way you feel at a particular time. I am in a very good mood today because the sun is shining. Moon. The large round object that circles the earth at night. The moon was very bright in the sky last night. Morality. A set of principles concerning what is right and wrong. We are discussing the morality of the new medical law. Morning. The first part of the day until lunchtime. I usually go for a run early in the morning. Mortgage. An amount of money borrowed from a bank to buy a house. They are paying off their mortgage every month. Mother. A female parent. My mother is the person I love most in the world. Motion. The act of moving or the way something moves. The constant motion of the boat made me feel a bit sick. Motivation. The reason why you want to do something. His main motivation for working hard is to help his family. Motive. The reason for an action. The police are still looking for the motive for the crime. Motor. A device that provides power for a vehicle or machine. There is a problem with the motor of the washing machine. Mountain. A very high hill with steep sides. We climbed to the top of the mountain to see the view. Mouse. A small animal with a long tail or a computer device. A small mouse ran across the floor and hid. Mouth. The part of the face that you use for eating and speaking. Open your mouth and say "off for the doctor." Movement. The act of moving or a group of people with a goal. There was a sudden movement in the bushes. Movie. A film that you watch at the cinema or on TV. Would you like to go to the cinema to see a movie? Mud. Wet, sticky earth. My shoes were covered in mud after the walk in the rain. Murder. The crime of intentionally killing a person. The man was arrested and charged with murder. Muscle. A part of the body that helps you move. He has very strong muscles because he lifts weights. Museum. A building where old and interesting things are kept. We visited a natural history museum during our school trip. Mushroom. A type of fungus that you can eat. I added some sliced mushrooms to the pizza. Music. The sounds made by singing or playing instruments. I like to listen to classical music while I study. Musician. Someone who is skilled at playing a musical instrument. She is a very talented musician who plays the flute. Mystery. Something that is strange and difficult to explain. The disappearance of the ship remains a mystery. Myth. An ancient story that explains natural events or gods. We are reading myths about the ancient Greek gods. Nail. A thin piece of metal or the hard part at the end of a finger. I used a hammer and a nail to hang the picture. Name. The word or words that a person or thing is known by. What is the name of your new puppy? Narrative. A story or a description of a series of events. The book provides a personal narrative of the war. Nation. A country or the people who live in a country. People from every nation attended the international event. Nationality. The state of belonging to a particular country. Please write your name, age, and nationality on the form. Nature. The physical world including plants, animals, and weather. It is important to protect nature for our future. Navigation. The act of finding the way to a place. The ship's navigation system helped it stay on course. Necessity. Something that you must have or do. Food and water are a basic necessity for life. Neck. The part of the body that joins the head to the shoulders. She wore a beautiful gold necklace around her neck. Need. A situation in which you must have something. There is a great need for more doctors in this area. Neglect. The act of not giving enough care or attention. The old house was in bad condition because of neglect. Negotiation. Formal discussion between people to reach an agreement. The two sides began a new round of peace negotiations. Neighborhood. An area of a town or city where people live. I live in a very quiet and friendly neighborhood. Nerve. The fibers in the body that carry messages to the brain. The dentist touched a nerve in my tooth and it hurt. Network. A system of connected things such as computers or roads. The company has a large network of offices across Europe. Neutrality. The state of not supporting either side in an argument. Switzerland is famous for its political neutrality during wars. News. Information about recent events. I heard some good news on the radio this morning. Newspaper. Large sheets of paper with news stories printed on them. My father reads the newspaper every morning with his coffee. Night. The time when it is dark and people sleep. The stars are very bright in the sky tonight. Nightmare. A very frightening dream or experience. I had a terrible nightmare about being lost in a forest. Noise. A sound, especially one that is loud or unpleasant. I couldn't sleep because of the loud noise from the street. Norm. A standard or a way of behaving that is typical. It is the social norm to say thank you for a gift. North. The direction that is to the left of a person facing the rising sun. The birds fly north for the summer. Nose. The part of the face that you use for smelling and breathing. He has a small red mark on the tip of his nose. Notation. A system of signs or symbols used in music or math. I am learning how to read musical notation for the piano. Note. A short piece of writing or a single musical sound. I left a note for you on the kitchen table. Notebook. A book with empty pages for writing in. I wrote the new English words in my notebook. Notice. A sign that gives information or a warning. There is a large notice on the door that says closed. Notion. An idea or a belief about something. He has a strange notion that everyone is against him. Noun. A word that refers to a person, place, or thing. Table and happiness are examples of a noun. Novelty. The quality of being new and unusual. The novelty of the new toy soon wore off for the child. Novelist. A person who writes novels. He is a famous novelist who has won many awards. Nucleus. The central part of an atom or a cell. The nucleus contains most of the mass of an atom. Number. A sign or word that represents an amount. What is your phone number? Nurse. A person whose job is to care for sick people. The nurse gave the patient some medicine to stop the pain. Nutrition. The process of getting the right food for health. Good nutrition is essential for a child's growth. Oak. A large tree that produces small nuts called acorns. There is a huge old oak tree in our garden. Obedience. The act of doing what you are told to do. The dog was rewarded for its obedience to the owner. Object. A physical thing that you can see and touch. There was a strange metal object on the floor. Objection. A reason for disagreeing with something. Does anyone have an objection to our new plan? Objective. Something that you are trying to achieve. Our main objective is to finish the project by Friday. Obligation. Something that you must do because it is your duty. It is our legal obligation to pay taxes. Observation. The act of watching someone or something carefully. The doctor kept the patient under observation for 2 days. Obstacle. Something that blocks you or makes it difficult to move. The fallen tree was a major obstacle on the road. Occasion. A particular time when something happens. We wore our best clothes for the special occasion. Occupation. A job or a way of spending time. Please state your name and occupation on the form. Occurrence. Something that happens. Power cuts are a common occurrence during the storm season. Ocean. A very large area of sea. The Atlantic Ocean is between Europe and America. Offense. A crime or the act of upsetting someone. Stealing is a serious criminal offense. Offer. An act of saying you are willing to do something. Thank you for your kind offer of help. Office. A room or building where people work at desks. I work in a large office in the city center. Officer. A person who has a position of authority. A police officer was standing at the corner of the street. Official. A person who has an important job in an organization. Government officials met to discuss the new budget. Oil. A thick liquid used for fuel or cooking. I used some olive oil to fry the vegetables. Omission. The act of leaving something out. The omission of his name from the list was a mistake. Opening. A hole or the beginning of an event. There is a small opening in the fence for the cat. Opera. A musical play in which most of the words are sung. We went to the opera house to see a performance. Operation. A planned activity or a medical surgery. The rescue operation saved 5 people from the mountain. Opinion. What you think about something. In my opinion, this is the best movie of the year. Opponent. A person who is on the other side in a game or fight. He shook hands with his opponent after the match. Opportunity. A chance to do something good. This job is a great opportunity for my career. Opposition. Strong disagreement with a plan or leader. There is a lot of opposition to the new tax law. Optimism. A feeling that good things will happen. She is full of optimism about her future. Option. A choice between 2 or more things. You have the option of paying by cash or credit card. Orchestra. A large group of people who play musical instruments together. The orchestra played a beautiful piece of classical music. Order. A request for something or a state of being organized. The waiter took our order for dinner. Organ. A part of the body with a specific job or a musical instrument. The heart is a very important organ in the body. Organism. A living thing such as an animal or plant. Scientists are studying a new type of sea organism. Organization. A group of people who work together for a goal. He works for an international organization that helps children. Orientation. The act of getting used to a new situation. The new students attended an orientation at the college. Origin. The place or time where something started. The origin of the word is Latin. Original. The first one made and not a copy. The original painting is kept in a museum in Paris. Originality. The quality of being new and interesting. I was impressed by the originality of his ideas. Ornament. An object used as a decoration. She put a small glass ornament on the shelf. Orphan. A child whose parents are dead. The boy became an orphan after the car accident. Outbreak. A sudden start of something unpleasant like a disease. There has been an outbreak of the flu in the school. Outcome. The final result of an activity or process. We are waiting to hear the outcome of the meeting. Outfit. A set of clothes worn together. She bought a new outfit for the wedding party. Outlet. A place that sells products or a way to express feelings. The company has several retail outlets in the city. Outline. A description of the main facts about something. He gave a brief outline of his plan for the project. Output. The amount of something that is produced. The factory has increased its daily output of cars. Outset. The beginning of something. You should tell them the truth from the outset. Oven. A piece of equipment used for baking or heating food. Put the cake in the oven for 30 minutes. Overhead. The regular costs of running a business. The company is trying to reduce its monthly overhead. Overlap. A situation where two things happen at the same time. There is an overlap between the two different projects. Oversight. A mistake made because you did not notice something. The error was caused by a simple oversight. Owner. A person who owns something. I am the owner of this small bookstore. Ownership. The state of owning something. The ownership of the land is still being discussed. Oxygen. A gas that all living things need to breathe. We need oxygen to survive. Pace. The speed at which someone or something moves. He walked at a fast pace to get to the station on time. Pack. A group of animals or a set of things. A pack of wolves was hunting in the forest. Package. An object wrapped in paper so it can be sent. A large package arrived for me this morning. Packet. A small paper or cardboard container. I bought a packet of biscuits to have with my tea. Pad. A thick piece of soft material or a set of papers. I used a small pad to write down the phone number. Page. One side of a sheet of paper in a book. Please turn to page 24 of your textbook. Pain. A feeling of physical suffering caused by injury. I have a sharp pain in my lower back. Paint. A colored liquid used for decorating. We bought some blue paint for the bedroom walls. Painter. A person who paints pictures or buildings. He is a famous painter of mountain landscapes. Painting. A picture made using paint. I saw a beautiful painting of the ocean at the gallery. Pair. Two things of the same type that are used together. I bought a new pair of shoes yesterday. Palace. The official home of a king or queen. The royal palace is open to the public during the summer. Palm. The inside part of the hand or a type of tree. He held the small bird in the palm of his hand. Absolutely. Completely or totally. I absolutely love this new song. Actually. Used to emphasize what is real or true. I actually finished the work early. Already. Before now or before a particular time. I have already eaten my lunch. Always. At all times or every time. She always arrives on time for meetings. Anywhere. In or to any place. I can't find my phone anywhere. Anyway. Used to change the subject or finish a talk. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Almost. Nearly or not quite. I am almost ready to go out. Also. In addition or to. He is a doctor and also a writer. Approximately. Close to a particular number but not exactly. The movie lasts approximately 2 hours. Back. Towards the original place or time. I will be back in 5 minutes. Badly. In a severe or harmful way. He was badly hurt in the accident. Barely. Only just or almost not. I could barely see the road in the fog. Basically. In the most essential way. Basically, we just need to work harder. Beautifully. In a way that is very attractive. The garden is beautifully decorated with flowers. Before. At an earlier time. I have never seen this man before. Best. In the most excellent way. This is the best meal I have ever had. Better. In a more excellent way. I feel much better after a short nap. Besides. In addition to something. I have no other friends besides you. Carefully. With great attention to detail. Please read the instructions carefully. Certainly. Without any doubt. I will certainly help you with your homework. Clearly. In a way that is easy to see or hear. He clearly explained the rules of the game. Closely. With great attention or near in space. Look closely at this picture. Completely. In every way or totally. The room was completely empty. Constantly. All the time or very often. He is constantly talking about his new car. Currently. At the present time. She is currently living in London. Daily. Every day. I go for a run daily. Definitely. Without any doubt. I am definitely going to the party. Deliberately. On purpose. I think he broke the glass deliberately. Deeply. To a great extent or strongly. I am deeply sorry for the mistake. Directly. With no other person or thing in between. Go directly to the principal's office. Easily. Without any difficulty. You can easily fix this problem. Early. Near the beginning of a period of time. I woke up early this morning. Effectively. In a way that produces the intended result. The new law works very effectively. Efficiently. In a way that works well without wasting time. She works very efficiently in the office. Effortlessly. In a very easy way. He plays the guitar effortlessly. Elegantly. In a graceful and attractive way. She was elegantly dressed for the party. Elsewhere. In or to another place. If it's not here, it must be elsewhere. Enough. To the necessary degree. Is the coffee hot enough for you? Entirely. Completely or totally. I entirely agree with your opinion. Especially. More than others. I like all sports, especially soccer. Essentially. In the most important way. The two stories are essentially the same. Eventually. In the end, after a long time. They eventually found the lost dog. Ever. At any time. Have you ever seen a whale? Everywhere. In or to all places. There were flowers everywhere in the park. Exactly. In a correct and precise way. That is exactly what I wanted to say. Exceedingly. To a very great degree. The weather is exceedingly hot today. Excellently. In a very good way. You did excellently on your exam. Exceptionally. Much greater than usual. He is an exceptionally good student. Excessively. Much more than is reasonable. Don't spend money excessively. Excitedly. With a lot of energy and happiness. The kids ran excitedly to the park. Exclusively. Only for a specific group. This room is used exclusively for meetings. Expertly. With great skill. She expertly painted the old door. Explicitly. In a very clear way. I explicitly asked you to be quiet. Extensively. In a way that covers a large area. The park was extensively cleaned yesterday. Extremely. To a very great degree. I am extremely tired today. Fairly. In a reasonable or moderate way. The test was fairly easy. Fast. Moving or happening quickly. Don't run too fast or you might fall. Finally. After a long time. We finally reached the hotel. Financially. In a way that relates to money. The company is doing well financially. Firmly. In a strong and certain way. Hold the handle firmly with both hands. First. Before anything else. First, let's have some breakfast. Frequently. Often. I frequently visit the library. Fully. Completely. I fully understand the situation. Further. At a greater distance. We need to walk a bit further. Generally. Usually or in most cases. Generally, it is quite warm in this room. Gently. In a soft or kind way. Please touch the baby gently. Gradually. Slowly over a period of time. The weather is gradually getting warmer. Greatly. Very much. I greatly appreciate your help. Happily. In a happy way. They lived happily ever after. Hardly. Almost not. I can hardly hear you. Highly. To a high degree. This book is highly recommended. Honestly. In an honest way. I honestly don't know the answer. Hopefully. In a way that expresses hope. Hopefully, it will be sunny tomorrow. Immediately. Right away. Please call me immediately. Incredibly. In a way that is hard to believe. The view from the mountain is incredibly beautiful. Inevitably. In a way that cannot be avoided. Mistakes will inevitably happen. Initially. At the beginning. Initially, I thought he was shy. Instantly. Immediately. The water turned into ice instantly. Instead. In place of something else. I will have tea instead of coffee. Lately. Recently. I haven't seen him lately. Likely. Probably. It is likely to rain this afternoon. Mainly. Mostly. The group consists mainly of students. Maybe. Perhaps. Maybe we can go out for dinner tonight. Merely. Only or just. I was merely trying to help. Naturally. In a natural way. She is naturally very talented. Nearly. Almost. It is nearly midnight. Necessarily. As a natural result. Expensive things are not necessarily better. Obviously. In a way that is easy to see. Obviously, she is very happy. Occasionally. Sometimes but not often. I occasionally go to the cinema. Often. Many times. I often go for a walk in the evening. Particularly. Especially. I am particularly interested in history. Perfectly. In a perfect way. This dress fits you perfectly. Personally. In your own opinion. Personally, I think it's a great idea. Possibly. Used to say something might happen. I can't possibly finish this today. Precisely. Exactly. The train arrived at precisely 8 a.m. Probably. Very likely. I will probably be late for dinner. Properly. In a correct way. Please sit properly in your chair. Quite. Very or to a certain degree. The movie was quite interesting. Rarely. Not very often. I rarely eat fast food. Rather. To a certain degree. It is rather cold outside today.